Hi, folks. Welcome to night 2 of the NFL draft here with the Film Study crew. And we have a great panel for you tonight, just like last night. Really, really happy of additional folks and some different folks get to join us. We're joined by Matt Ruff, whose voice you may remember from recent episodes of Friday Morning GM. He's been a stand-in for Voss for now the last couple of months. James Ogden, very well known for his outstanding draft guide from across the pond. Kevin Ostraker from Locked On Ravens, and Sam Njoku. Sam, how you doing?
I'm feeling really good. I mean, can't speak for everybody, but night 1 was really good for me. So hoping for more of the same in night 2.
All right. So very collaborative effort here. So a few ground rules before we really get started tonight. We're watching the NFL Network. I actually have to turn it on here, but we're watching the NFL Network, and we don't want any tip picking early. So if you happen to know from one of the Miami guys or whatever having advance notice about the selections, don't give it away until it's actually announced on TV, and I'll announce it directly here. We have a graphics guy coming on a little bit later who was just simply outstanding last night in terms of the graphics provided. We have good metrics on some corners. Corners they'll be taken in the second round, we think, with fairly high probability. But let's go around the horn here once. What are your thoughts heading into round 2? And let's start with you, James.
Yeah, just excited for my probably favorite day of the entire year. This is where teams really get better. Day 2 of the draft, and not just in general most years, but absolutely in this year, in this draft class. This class is deep. At this point in the draft, you are not going to see those elite prospects. We didn't see those last night, but we will now see a run of really good players that will play, I think, be good contributors for teams over the course of the next few years. And so really excited to see. It's a stacked board, I think, at the start of tonight, and excited to see who falls to the Ravens at the end of the second.
All right, Sam, your thoughts?
I think this is the trenches round. I think a lot of fans have been pounding the table to get guys in the trenches, and this is a very deep class, both on defensive and offensive line, more so defensive, obviously, especially with the edge rushers. So I think it's going to be a very interesting couple of rounds for the Ravens. And again, they only have 2 picks in the top 100. I don't think Eric DeCosta likes that very much. So don't be surprised if they're trading some picks to get up there and grab a guy they really like.
All right, Kevin, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of quality value players here, especially, and I agree with both James and Sam. This is where, teams do get better, and this is a trench day. I mean, when they took Malachi Starks, clearly there are still a couple safeties on the board. Those no longer make sense for the Ravens. But now you look at it, this defensive line class is so deep, I feel comfortable, even if the Ravens waited until round 3 or even 4 to go get a guy, because there are going to be so many quality players still available. So I think you are looking at edge potentially, depending on who falls. It's possible an offensive lineman that Baltimore likes falls as well, or maybe there's a surprise position we're not really talking about right now. But I think that overall, the Ravens are in a good position. They've given themselves positional freedom with the re-signing of Ronnie Stanley. They don't necessarily need anything super badly, but there are certainly needs you can circle to improve certain positional groups.
All right. Thanks, Kevin. Matt, what's your feeling going into day 2 here?
So my thought is, if you think of Andrews, Likely, Owe, Linderbaum, does one of those 4 get moved to maybe loosen up a roster spot, free up some money, and get some more draft capital? I think that day 1, that didn't seem all that likely for it to happen, but day 2 and in rounds 2 and 3, I think you might be able to see a few fireworks, not counting on it happening, but that's definitely a tool in the tool chest here.
Yeah, would not shock me, by the way. And one of the top guys remaining on the board for me is Arroyo, the tight end out of Miami. He'd be an interesting pick in round 2, and the Ravens would really have to make a trade in order to make that pick make sense. We're waiting on Shedeur Sanders to see where he goes. The Browns have 2 of the first 4 picks in this round, which will be certainly a possibility that it happens. If the Browns don't take him, with 2 chances here, the fall could get pretty far for Shedeur Sanders. Anybody have a initial guess as to where he'll end up tonight or maybe tomorrow?
Yeah, I guess people link New Orleans, but now New Orleans apparently might not be in the running for him anymore. So if it's not Cleveland, it's not New Orleans. I guess maybe Las Vegas could be an option, or early in the second round here, because not any of those 3 teams. I mean, now with the Giants taking Jackson Dart, they're off the board. Los Angeles is intriguing, especially if they feel like he can be a Stafford replacement. I don't know if that's their thought process, but now they have enough ammo in next year's draft, which is a very strong quarterback class. So I don't know if he falls to Pittsburgh, would they take him? I mean, that's another option. So still options, but I don't know how far this fall's going to go.
Yeah. What do you
I
say,
think
Sam?
Pittsburgh round 3. I think if it's not them, then it's not anybody. I think Deion Sanders plays a huge role. A lot of people don't want to admit it, but he mentioned that he wants to be the head coach for his son one day. That's not something you want to hear if you're a head coach trying to draft a guy. So, that coupled with the fact that his skill set isn't really, he doesn't really excel on one too many things. I know he did a decent job in Colorado, but I'm just thinking from the mind of a head coach or a GM. I don't think you want that distraction. So that's why he fell in round 1. How much more he falls remains to be seen. But again, we mentioned lots of depth here. Would it surprise me if he falls a little more?
What do you say, James?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. I do think he's going to go at some point in this round. I think he's probably too talented to not go at some point in this round. But I understand why he's fallen to this point from an evaluation perspective. And that's all I would do is plug in the tape. I don't watch the quarterbacks in loads of depth because we don't need to for Baltimore, thankfully. But like I understand from what little I've seen why he is in this range and not in the top 10 range that you saw 3-4 months ago.
How about you, Matt?
I think Seattle may be a contender. I know they gave Sam Darnold a chunk of money, but I don't think it's much more than a 1-year commitment, maybe a 2-year commitment at most. So would you want to get someone like Sanders who could sit behind him, not have the pressure, the heat of Deion, primetime, everything, right? You sit on the bench, maybe you get a bit better. That could be a way to maybe get some of the bright lights to just dim out a bit and let him learn.
Yeah, I agree. I think there is a very realistic chance he goes to round 3 here with the Steelers. The Steelers honestly will get a very low risk play if they get him in round 3, which would be this is the reason why it's worth talking about Shedeur right now is the Browns and Steelers are both impacted by the possibility of that. It does make it a Ravens centric component, but I'll leave it at that. We'll see how far he falls. The guys I really like on this round, I want to show you and also bring in a board that we have been working with. Some of you guys have seen this before in past drafts, or maybe it's new to some of you, but let's toss it out there for the listeners too. This is a working board for us to play with. Now that goes for people on the stream, it goes for people on the panel, whatever. We took out the punter and kicker column, moved it one to the right, and added a who do we think will be drafted at 27 column where we were eliminating players and as we got closer to the selection. These are my guys in the light purple. And also some additions from the panel as well. Saba Anaya from James Ogden, for example, Ariante Ursary, Arroyo, Burden, Higgins, and Iomenor among the wide receivers. It's interesting. I mean, this is a big trench day, but the only interior defensive lineman I'd really be thrilled with a pick in round 2 is Alexander. What do you think about that, James?
Yeah, I definitely like Alexander here in round 2. I think there's a couple of guys where you sort of are on the like. I think probably not in round 2, maybe with a trade back into early round 3 would be guys like TJ Sanders. My other guy in the second round who I didn't want to sort of put forward here because he's so much further down your board, Ken, but is Shamar Turner, who I would definitely consider in the second round. But I know I'm a big Shamar Turner guy.
I'm marking him.
That might be. That might be me on my own. But
okay, the pick is in. Carson Schlesinger goes to the Browns with the first pick. So you'd have to believe that really limits the chance that they'll take him at all, I would think.
Yeah.
All right. So that's how we mark the Browns players here when they're drafted.
All right, I gotta pop out here quickly, guys, but I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. So
okay.
Day 3 is my day. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, you have to wonder if Stefanski, similar to what I think Sam said, you have a tough Browns team. Do you really want Shedeur and primetime looking over your shoulder as you start off 2-4 for the year, and then the buzz for Deion gets louder and louder? I mean, I don't know if I'd want any part of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think that he probably would not want that. I think that a lot of the things that Sanders has had in terms of freedoms, meaning Shedeur, having his father as a coach, have been remarkable. and something that NFL teams wouldn't really be interested in. And I heard the word sheltered used. That's probably a good one. It's probably the least derogatory you can use. I mean, he's got a silver spoon in his hand his whole life in terms of not just in terms of who his father is in terms of money and everything else, but in terms of what his own freedom has been to do whatever he wanted.
It's tough, especially when you got, I think about Ed Reed all the time and think about, man, he would make a great coach, but the dynamic of being Ed Reed and having that superstar power, it rubs off in the locker room. I think Deion Sanders is kind of the same way. And then having the offspring like, Shedeur as well in the most important position in football is it's a lot. So I don't know. I wouldn't touch him, but I get the sentiment. Oh, man.
All right. Let's see. Looks like the pick is in for Houston at 34. I think it's a good thing that Cleveland didn't trade the pick at 33. This is a case where I really look at the Cleveland's trading the second round pick as just a heist in terms of value for them.
Yeah, I like Schweschinger there for them. I think that's they clearly are doubling down on the run. That's Mason Graham in the first round and now picking up Schweschinger as well. I wasn't so sure about him as a pick for the Ravens. There was a lot of noise about him in the final weeks before the draft, sort of on a 30 visit with the Ravens. But I think, the Ravens don't do as much two-gapping as they used to do. They asked their linebackers to do a bit more, whereas he was kept very clean at UCLA and ran around making a lot of plays. And he won't necessarily get to do that if he played next to Roquan Smith for the Ravens. So I think he's a good player, and I think he'll play well. I think he's a nice fit for the Browns. So a bit of an annoying pick there.
Okay, Jaden Higgins is off the board. I know a player a lot of us really love. And I don't really see the Ravens going wide receiver in round 2. It's just as far as the slotting goes, as far as the value goes, that's where a lot of it is, along with edge and corner, I think, coming up in this round.
Yeah, maybe if Luther Burden drops, I'd consider it. But other than that, I think you're right. There's so much value in edge. Get your guy and keep it moving.
Yeah, I think with Lamar too. You've seen what he's done with Willie Snead or Tylan Wallace at the end of the Bills game. I certainly don't want to not give him any weapons, but when you look at the big two starting receivers plus the tight ends, you have to think it would be better to put the draft capital elsewhere. I mean, we really need to get those turnovers in the playoffs.
I'm with you. Here's my counter to that. Is the Ravens have 3 tight ends on expiring contracts. This is a rare opportunity to change the nature of the offense from a 12 personnel scheme to an 11 personnel scheme. So if you did get one more wide receiver, it's a 1-year wait with still plenty of playing time to go around before a guy gets a potentially greatly expanded playing time in 2025. So I understand also they've got each of their guys for 2 more years, but at wide receiver, but they also need to fight the trend of salaries at wide receiver more than any other position, it seems like right now.
And I think if you, so for me, and again, a bit of an out there opinion from me, but Burden would have been a discussion for me at 27. That's how high I rate him. For me, he is the best receiver in this class outside of Travis Hunter. I think he was criminally underused at Mizzou, to the point where I was sort of screaming at the TV, watching the film, sort of not understanding why they were running his 23rd 4-yard stop route, or continuing to try and get him in motion and scheme him a free release when the guy just didn't need one. So I think you've got to have a bit of vision with Burden. Got to understand that it's a projection, but there's plenty of evidence on film of him doing all the things that you need NFL wide receivers to do at a high level. So Burden for me would be if he falls as far as that, and I really cannot see him doing, he would be under serious consideration for me for the Ravens, and I would consider a trade up for him as well. I think.
Yeah, he's a guy definitely who didn't have a great year this last year in some ways. Mediocre in terms of a lot of the wide receiver stats. But I agree with you. It's like he was Chamberlain in the post, essentially, in terms of them trying to feed him the football in various ways. And it wasn't advantageous to his statistics. He was a bailout guy. He was a shovel pass guy. He was a jet toss guy. wide receiver screen guy. He was every wide receiver, not screen guy, where he takes a step back and goes. It's just a difficult thing to succeed. And I love the idea of having another wide receiver who's clearly would take a high percentage of the gadget plays away from Zay Flowers, and I think he'd still be a very effective Z crossing the field. And the guy trailing him is going to get lost at the top of the stem and is going to stay lost as he crosses that field.
You mentioned something that I wanted to talk about as far as this transition from 12 to 11 personnel. With the addition of Derrick Henry, I mean, I was with you until last year when they brought in Derrick Henry. I think with him, do you still see them having success with the 11 personnel? I'm sure, I mean, having an 11 personnel, spreading this offense out is the transition that we're looking for. But, man, with Derrick Henry, just having them compacting that 12 personnel is just very enticing.
Derrick Henry, the same problem exists, that he's here for 25 and no guarantees beyond that.
That's
so
true.
The Ravens have got a limited amount of money to deal with, and this is an inflection point. The end of 2025 will be an inflection point for this franchise where they can take the offense, if they want it, in a new direction. I'm not saying they should. I love the Derrick Henry offense. I love the playing with the lead value the Ravens give you, but that's a possibility.
Yeah, and I don't know how much longer we can have this type of offense in the postseason. I mean, with this offense, is really the margin of error is very small, at least in my opinion. So if you're down, you don't really have the plays. And I'm not saying that the Ravens can't come from behind. We've seen them do it before. But with an explosive offense, most of the offenses in the league are 11 personnel. It just makes sense to transition there. I just don't know with Derrick Henry's last year the deal, and there's talks of extending it, how compatible that is moving forward. I would love 11 personnel. I think 3 receivers are great. Hopkins, I don't think is the long-term solution there. So I'm enticed with seeing Burden. If Burden gets dropped to the 40s, trade up and get that guy. He's just too explosive to pass up.
All right.
The Seahawks trading up 17 spots here. Is this for Amenwari, who I thought they may have even gone for in the first?
Damn it. Just have to relive this now as soon as he's picked.
I missed the live. How was your reaction initially when
it was amazing, Sam? It was amazing.
Oh, man.
I wasn't happy about it. That's for sure. And Starks. It's not like Starks doesn't have any positive qualities. It's not like it was Brandon Stevens or Amenwari is the two players here. Though there's some similarities to Stevens. It's just the fact that I thought Amenwari was clearly the better player. He had done more with less in terms of knowing how to play the safety position. And the similar player in the draft was James Pierce, who I think did a lot more as a pass rusher with a lot less in terms of a toolkit to try and get it done. And I think his skill set very portable. So that was another disappointing one, was him going right ahead of the Ravens.
Yeah, and I think there's some people who think that perhaps that was the Ravens' first choice in James Pierce. But I don't know. I get that there's nothing that Starks does particularly, elite at. He's just a good football player with a high IQ, and I think John Harbaugh, he loves that. But yeah,
it is officially Nick Amenwari of South Carolina
I am
is
so
the
sorry.
pick. Yeah.
Mike McDonald wanted the next Kyle Hamilton, and he
It's true.
he gets it.
At least he's in the NFC. I guess I have to take solace in that. That's
I think Ken, me and you would have, if we'd have done the safety pod together, we'd have probably had a nice, healthy disagreement about it. I think for me, Amenwari is not does not process at nearly a high enough level to play the position right now in the NFL. I think you have a guy who could play a split field role in a couple of years, but I think the only way in which you get him ready to play a split field role in a couple of years is you play him in the NFL in a split field role, and for it to be instructional for him. And at a point in time, he will develop into a good player. He could develop into a very, very good player. And that's the kind of risk that you take with not drafting him, because the ceiling is so high. But at the moment, I just felt like the Ravens cannot afford to take a player like that and put him in their defensive backfield and have him learn that. For me, Starks was for me on the tape. Starks was the best safety in this class in what is a good class, and I was pretty happy with the pick.
Okay, so Starks, extremely polished safety. And I don't want to go over all of last night's conversation again. I'm going to do this because you're new and I really respect you. Starks, extremely polished safety, but career 8.7 yards per target, 92.6 quarterback rating against. Last year, 8.9 and 99.6, almost 100 quarterback rating against. Emanwari, who has, I would agree, no idea how to play safety in the NFL. Does not understand split field responsibilities as yet. Allowed a 37.1 opposition passer rating with 5.3 yards per target. Career, he's at 6.9 yards per target and 79.3. That's what I want the Starks people to explain to me is, yes, I agree. You've got a player who really knows how to play the position. Everybody seems to be in love with him. There's this group hug about him, circle jerk, whatever you want to call it, in terms of how they feel about Malachi Starks. But why the hell do they think he's a better cover guy than Nick Emanwari, who's done more in the SEC also with less?
So for me, it's usage, right? Like that's my issue with the data on this is that Starks was from a data perspective was comparable to Emanwari in 2023, and in 2024, Starks played almost twice as many snaps in the slot as Emanwari did. And so he was asked to do a lot more in coverage, and I don't think it's his strength. There are some specific. So you know me, Ken. I'm not someone who's gonna do the group think, and I don't even look at other opinions on players before I do my evaluation. And there are definitely some deficiencies for him in coverage, for Starks in coverage, especially in man coverage. You can attack his leverage, I think, when he's in off coverage, specifically with vertical cuts. Where he's like a little bit deficient in terms of his transition to cover those. The other issue I think he has is that especially in his 2024 tape is he's bit really hard on some play fakes and it's hurt him. And actually that's where you can explain away some of the high rating, high yardage that he's took, because he had 3 big plays against him this year.
Texas, Starks now, not Emanwari.
Starks, sorry, yeah.
Starks
Texas,
had a terrible game against Texas, yeah.
Texas, Florida. The Florida one was he really bit hard on a play action, and so there's been some things in this year's film that I think are things that he does need to work on. But for me, that doesn't take away from the rest of the game film for me, where you see a guy who it plays the split field responsibilities very, very well, very competently, prevents targets from that perspective. He certainly did in 2023 when he played that role a bit more and didn't come down and play in the slot as much. I think you see a guy who has outstanding instincts. He's got great click and close to the outside run. He's an outstanding open field tackler. There is a bunch of things to really like about him. And I get the data sort of shows a different story in this past year, but I don't think that tells the whole story of him.
It's honestly, it's the same. The problem is it's the same story for his whole career. He was a little better in 23, but his whole career, he was basically the player he was last year, which is not all that good in terms of coverage.
I would disagree off the film, Ken, but I understand.
Okay, we got to let this go for a second because Quinshon Judkins taken by the Browns at 36 is actually a pretty big deal, given the Shedeur has been passed again.
I called it. There's no way.
Number 6 running back there. They passed on Samson, Henderson, Caleb Johnson to get Judkins, who I like, and there's not a lot of difference between some of these running backs, between about 4 and 7. But
I love Henderson.
A little surprised to me. Where are you? Where are you, James? Who do you like the best of that group?
Judkins is my number 2 back. Probably like a good considerable amount below Genty, obviously, because Genty's probably one of the best backs to come out in the last five years, I would say. But Judkins for me was the most scheme diverse. He's also I feel like he's the most skilled running back of the lot. I think he's his vision and the way he presses his keys at the line of scrimmage. I just think he's the most well-rounded back with some sneaky athleticism. I think he's getting undervalued because he shared a backfield with a more flashy back in Henderson, but I really like Judkins a lot.
All right, I'm sorry, Sam. I think we cut you off there.
Oh no. I'm actually the opposite of him. I had Henderson as my number 2. But I definitely see where he's coming from with the flashiness of Henderson with the north-south running of Judkins. But interesting. I know they had Nick Chubb, so I thought they'd try and go in that same type of direction, not comparing him to Nick Chubb at all, but I could see why they made the selection with Judkins. I'm also not surprised by Shedeur Sanders not being drafted. And I'm telling you, he's going to fall in round 3. I'd be surprised unless the team falls in love with him. I just don't see it. Could be wrong. We'll see.
Waiting on the Dolphins selections here, Jay. But which edges do you want to see them trade up to get? I mean, there's a whole bunch of edges available right now. Jonas Savaiinaea is off the board of the Dolphins. That's one of the only interior offensive linemen that was worth the pick in this round.
Ken, did you see what was traded? I think it was
3 for 2.
a second, third, and a fourth for the second and maybe a fifth.
Now, let me go back just a second, see if I can get it. You want a JJ it right now? Okay, you ready for this? 37 and 143 in exchange for 48, 98, and 135. Good to go?
All right, so you said 37 and 143?
And 143 for
Yep,
48,
for
98, and 135. Thanks, Azam. Really appreciate all the nice words, and thanks for everybody. We appreciate the folks who are tossing good conversation to the stream. We're going to try and put it up there as much as possible. I'd love to figure out how to get somebody else able to do that, but my understanding is you guys do not have the ability to click on an individual comment, see a show thing that would allow you to do it. Is that correct?
Let me try.
Yeah.
We'll love that. I think you had to give somebody that. Yeah, you'd have to give somebody that privilege.
I don't know how to do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
I can edit name, edit mic settings, kick from studio, or ban from studio.
Oh yeah, that's it.
That seems kind of punitive and unnecessary.
Yeah.
I need to rein in my Starks takes, Ken. You might ban me.
It's you represent in a very articulate way, and a much deeper way, frankly, than I've heard from other people, all the positivity that's out there about Starks. It's just it's a tsunami of people who think Starks is the obvious pick over Emmanwori. To me, I really like an unpolished player who has significant accomplishments in terms of coverage relative to a polished player who hasn't done it. That's just a horrible combination for me.
That's literally. So go ahead.
Sorry, Sam. Sorry, you go.
No, go for it.
I was just going to say, Ken, so let me give I grade, I've got quite a more sophisticated grading system over the years, and my grading system does a performance and a potential grade. And this is going to illustrate how I feel, because it sounds like I hate Emmanwori. I absolutely don't. I think that the ceiling is high. And so my grading for performance for Malachi Starks was 4.82, and his potential was a 5. So he's a 4.82, potentially rising to a 5 if he reaches all of his potential.
It doesn't seem like a lot of potential gain there.
And my Emmanwori grade was 4.55, potentially raising to a 5.09. So I think he has a higher ceiling than Starks and is less good at this point in his career. My issue with it, Emmanwori, is I'm not sure he's going to make the 5.09, which is why I prefer Starks right now.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, and the JJ for the trade between the Dolphins and the Raiders was so the Dolphins was the 37th and the 143rd pick. That's 565 JJ points. And Vegas traded the 48th pick, 98th pick, and the 135th pick. That's 567 JJ points. So within 2 points.
Okay. So JJ points are still ruling how trades are made. That's one of the things you can get from that information. Did I miss a pick here? The New England's on the clock. Are they picking right after Miami? It looks like they're milking the clock here.
Probably fielding calls.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had Savvy
How far
Knight
does-
off the board.
I got him. How far does Will Johnson drop?
There's some stuff,
How
isn't
bad is
there?
that knee?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. There's some stuff overnight, isn't there, that said that that a lot of teams think he's a one contract player because of the knee, which means I think he'll probably continue to fall.
Right. I know a lot of people had him very high, but to me, it was over as a first round pick for sure when he didn't run on 414. So he had that much deferred pro day that he was going to have.
What's the significance behind him being a one contract player? I would be more worried that of the 4-year deal, I only get him for 3 and lose the year of training and getting better. I would think he could probably come back and maybe get another 3-year contract if he really was good. I'm more worried about that first contract.
Was it a degenerative injury of some sort that you're talking about?
Yeah, apparently it's an injury that is, I can't remember what it specifically was, but it was a degenerative thing that made them think that he wouldn't be able to last beyond one contract, that it would be, he'd be out of the league by that point.
Oh, wow.
That was the thought on Miles Jack.
Right. And Albert Bell's hip too, for any
Yes.
Orioles fans out there.
This edge board is still getting it's stacked still.
Yes.
It's not getting hit at all.
Would you guys move up for Ezeraku at any point? I'm not saying right now. I think it would cost way too much capital, but at what point in time would Ezeraku, what pick would he have to be there where you would say, okay, I'm going to dip into my wallet and maybe try to spend a pick to move up? Or do you not even find him someone you would want at that point?
So give me the JJ difference between 59 and let's say 45 or 50.
All right. 49 is 410. And then 50 is 400. Oh, you said between 49 and which pick, Ken? I'm sorry.
It's 59 is the
45.
Ravens pick. So that's
okay.
how
So
much.
between so pick 49 is 410, 59 is 310. So it's 100 points, which is equivalent to the 100th pick of the draft in round 4.
So they'd have to probably trade more than their 4th round pick. If they might have to give up their 3rd and get something back in return. That's a very steep price.
Certainly.
Trayvon Henderson of Ohio State. Ohio State has 2 running backs taken in very short order here.
The league's changing. Seems like the running backs are in vogue.
Good. Nice to already be set at the position before you have that happen.
Ken, what are your thoughts on Keaton Mitchell upcoming this year? What do you think is maybe not his ceiling or his floor, but a reasonable outcome? What do you say? Maybe like the 60th percentile? What do you think?
It's really hard to say. I really have no idea in what kind of shape he's in to play at this point. But if he were to play, 12 or 13 games and be effective on a per touch basis, I'd be happy with it almost without regard to touches. I mean, at this point, it's whatever value you get from him is pretty much gravy. Harbaugh has we're not going to get concerned about injuries policy, but you could see it all over his face when Keaton Mitchell got injured, just how serious that was.
Yeah, it was nasty.
Yeah. And not just a nasty injury, but he kind of knew what the long-term ramifications were. The one that's similar on the Ravens in Ravens history, Lardarius Webb got injured in 2009 in his rookie year, right? Late in that year. And that was the same kind of, just completely derailed a potential Hall of Fame career. And then he had another injury, which made it worse, obviously, a couple of years later. But
then he was a shell of himself after that second injury. Really felt bad for him.
The 2011 season, when he's able to come back full, he was the best cornerback in all of football very briefly. So it was so sad for that to happen.
If while we're talking about running backs, if I could just use Trevion Henderson to make a point about fit here in the draft, which is that, Sam, you mentioned before that Henderson was your second rated back. He was not that far behind the other guys for me, but I now like him a good deal more because he ends up with the Patriots. And the thing I worried about with Henderson was if he went to a really heavy outside zone team, he's not someone I don't think who can make many adjustments on the fly as he's running as he's making his runs. I think the main thing I saw from him was a guy who, when the predetermined path is right, he is able to make big yardage. And he's going to the Patriots where they're running a decent amount of counter and some power runs. They do have some outside zone as well, but with that power and counter, he's going to, and if it goes how it should, he's going to be able to maximize his ability. And so for those fantasy players out there, I do think Travion Henderson has landed in a nice spot there in New England for his future value.
James, do you like what New England has done so far in the offseason? I've seen some complaining from folks, but off the top of your head, any thoughts? I mean, I love Vrabel. I think that in of itself is probably a giant boost to the team.
Yeah, I do kind of like what they did. Who did they take last night? I forget. Oh, Will Campbell. Yeah, I do like what they've done. I like the way they're sort of rebuilding that team. I think remains to be seen, like the development of Drake May over the course of the next couple of years is going to be the most key thing for that. But I do like what they've done to kind of rebuild that thing a little bit. But I think it's pretty bad. It's going to take them a while, I think, to especially in that division to get back to relevancy in the AFC.
Jay, that could be a very good point there about Schlesinger getting drafted, is that the Ravens, they have Paul still on the board. I like him. He's one of the real good tacklers and makes a lot of plays, does not have a lot of missed tackles. He's older, but I like Kaiser from Notre Dame. There are still guys. It's a very layered draft at inside linebacker, and it's fairly deep this year, I would say.
My interest at linebacker, Ken, is whether they decide to try. It feels like now the move is to replace the production of Malik Harrison and Chris Board in the aggregate and try and get some guys that fill roles again, rather than getting a guy who can challenge Trenton Simpson. That you pick up some guys who can play the types of matchups that they had Malik Harrison and Chris Board play down the stretch. And there's a few candidates for those types of roles that they could maybe pick up later for that, I think.
I'd say it a little differently. Maybe you're saying the same thing, but I'll say it how I'd say it. I think they need a guy who can be a 2-down thumper as a replacement for Roquan if he's lost. I think you can make all the adjustments off that you need to. It's much easier to get a guy plugged in at the will because you have the ability to platoon at that position, and you can also do it at the mic as well. They did that with Bynes in the past as well.
Yeah, that's kind of the same. Yeah, I agree.
I'd be pretty disappointed if Trenton Simpson couldn't have some value this year. I feel like, you playing at Clemson, now you've been on the team a couple years. Oh, there it is.
Luther Burden off the board. Yep. So one of our darlings is gone here. It goes to the Bears. At least he's going to the NFC.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a nice him and Adunze is a nice core now. And who do they take in the first? Was this where Colston Loveland went? I think it was, isn't it? So that's Loveland.
Yeah, because he loves tight ends, right? He'll take any tight end they can find.
That is a nice haul out of this draft so far for them.
Are you guys buying into Caleb Williams this year? Does he do anything for you?
He's got to show me. He's got to show me.
That's quite good value for the Bears there. I would have thought he was, 27 to 30. He goes to 39. It's not extraordinary value, but it's quite good.
I'm sick. I wanted him bad. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think he would have lasted until us.
He wouldn't have. I know.
That would have been incredible.
Let me dream.
I think that the chance of the Ravens making a trade of a player like Shadur now is way down. I don't think that there's a need and value combination that is so great that somebody's going to give a premium now for JJ points as we move down. There just isn't player doesn't seem to be there. The guy I'm interested in now, though, I'll toss this out to the group. Where does Mike Green go?
Baltimore. Let's hope. I mean, there's no shot he goes to Baltimore. I think just the off-field stuff and everything that's going on with Tucker just makes it very unlikely. But man, he was high on my board. He was a first-round grade for me. We'll see. I mean, it has to go this round, right?
I would think so. He's number 2 edge on my board. I really like him, but the off-field stuff is its own animal, and the Ravens can't possibly deal with a second problem with that type at the same time.
I mean, I think if you look at the draft, I mean, we've gotten to the point where maybe you weren't going to take Mike Green in the top 15 picks, but certainly could have gone in the second half of the first round. And now we're several picks through the first part of the second round, and no one's jumping to take him. It's kind of damning. I mean, with his talent level, like there's smoke, there's fire, and there's probably some serious fire if we've gotten to this point. I mean, people just taking running backs and such over, a premium, maybe not premium, but a very good edge rusher is certainly damning on the case.
It's a very good point, Matt, because all of these teams have had discussions with Green and about this topic. All the teams that would consider drafting him, and so they probably is an indication they don't like his answers.
Right. Right. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those situations where you talk to someone at work and you're hoping to get one answer and they just give you the completely wrong answer. And you're sitting there thinking to yourself, man, I kind of had this feeling and now you know. Do you think the Bengals could take Green?
Yeah.
I think so too, right? I know that it's different now and it's not the Bengals of the past or the Raiders of the past, but I think the Bengals defense, if they could get someone like him, that would be pretty scary.
How do people feel about Jose's question? Alfred Collins, is it too early in the second? I think he's a good value in the third for the Ravens. I think 59 is probably too early for me. Anybody feel differently?
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I would agree. I feel like he would be good. He would be good in the third. I just think there's too many guys in the interior defensive line with more pass rush upside than him. Not that I don't like him as a player, but I think I would want out of the interior defensive line pick that the Ravens pick up in this second day. If they do, I would want to see some more pass rush juice, I think.
I like that you have Shamar Turner in there. A lot of people are sleeping on him as a second round grade, but I think if the edges go, he might be a guy that they look at.
Yeah, and that was my guy, I think, wasn't it? I highlighted.
Oh, it was. Okay,
I highlighted, yeah, because I think I'm with you, sounding like I think for me, like you've got to get past the ill discipline, right? Because there's a lot of there's a lot of on field ill discipline, and he was responsible for a lot of penalties.
You see that? Sorry, James, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Tyler Show of Louisville goes.
Hey, sorry, James, I literally just got blown out of my shoes with that pick.
This is a big surprise.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah.
So Milroe, McCord, Ewers.
Ken, I feel like Milroe is getting talked up a lot over the last 4, 5, 6 days, maybe sneaking into the end of the first. I mean, seeing Dart go and now Show, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
And it's starting to dwindle the number of places that really could use this type of quarterback. I really hadn't seen him play all that much. Have you guys done much research into him?
I personally did not look at the quarterbacks at all this year because of the Lamar situation.
Yeah, I think all I know about Tyler Shough is that he's one of those ones where I can't wait for the COVID year to disappear from the ranks of college athletes coming out. I think he's been in college about 7 years, something ridiculous.
Yeah, he's like 42 years old or something.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm way behind on questions, guys. I'm sorry. I really need somebody else to be watching this over here.
Ken, where can I see the questions? I'll make sure to shout them out when I see them.
So they're on the right. There's the stream is going on with all these questions. Do you see them?
Oh, where it says comments.
Yeah, on comments. It's on the comments page.
I see it. Yep, I see it.
Do you have a show in the middle of there with a plus on it? If you hover over it. If you hover over an individual comment, you should see a plus in a circle with show after it.
I don't see that. I see all the comments, but I'm hovering and I can't do anything.
All right.
I can keep the comments up, Ken, though, and make sure we're shouting them out. But
Okay.
maybe I'm too dumb to show them.
We've had another, what I presume is a reasonably big trade up, which is Buffalo coming up into 41. So I wonder if
All
this
right.
is
Who
for,
they going for?
is this for an edge rusher?
Could be Ezeraku here. I would be my bet.
They like production, don't they? And Ezeraku has plenty of that.
Yeah, that's why they signed. It didn't work out. Let's not bash them too much about it. Okay, take a look at this one. We got 41, 72, and 240. That's going to the Bills for 56, 62, 109. That's a lot in this draft.
Yeah.
All right, Ken, you said 41, 72, and 240.
41, 72, and 240, correct?
Yep. And then
For-
56, 62, 109.
That's correct.
Okay. Yep. Give me one sec.
Femi Oladejo is on my board at edge, but he's a little further down. I've got him as the number 18 edge on my board. Where does he fit for you, James? I'd like to hear that.
Oladejo. So I'm pretty much with you there. I would not have him. So he didn't make it onto my board for day two for me. I with Oladejo, like there are so many edge guys, right? That should make it onto this day two board. That for me, I think Oladejo was just not quite. Yeah, he wasn't there for me. Not where I would want to go. I think for me, like I think he will start as a developmental pass rusher, and he's going to see some rotational snaps. But I think for me, apart from that explosive athleticism and the power, I don't like the technique, and I at the moment I don't even see him really. I didn't see him really consistently dominate tight ends in the running game. So I feel like you're getting a guy now who is like deficient in terms of the way he processes the game, in terms of his technique with his hands, and could be a bit of a liability in the running game. So you've got to have him in just as a situational pass rusher to start with.
Mark, what are you giving us at Mark 2K6? Wild analysis, is this what's going on at the actual draft? Or are you appreciating what you're hearing here on the pod? Either way, it's good. But I'm way behind here. So, you know what? Honestly, I'm going to miss some things, but I'm going to have to move down to where we are currently in this. And
Ken, there was a good question about Ursary potentially playing left guard before tackle. What? Like, I know we talked about that a bit in our tackle podcast. Do you want to address that one? You
start. I'll bring up my thoughts and make sure I'm not talking out of my rear end here.
So I do think he can play guard. I think the thing with Ursary that makes him so attractive for the Ravens is his potential outside. Like I do think he is a potential left tackle. I think he has the feet. I think he has the hands. I think he has explosive power, which I really like in an offensive tackle. I think I've mentioned before that once saw Howard Mudd talk about what he looked for in offensive linemen, and explosive power was a thing he looked for ahead of a guy being just a pusher. And I really like Ursary in terms of the explosive power he has. I do think he can play guard to start with. I think there are some things that he's going to need to develop, and those things will show up at guard just as much as they show up at tackle. But I really like him, and I really like him in the zone running game as well, blocking the way for Derrick Henry.
He's a shorter arm guy at 33 and an eighth, which is well known. I think his future is at right tackle, right guard, or left guard, one of those three spots. I don't think he ends up at left tackle. The one thing, TJ Sanders off the board, by the way, there's one of the decent edge players. Sorry, wait a minute. Interior lineman, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
defensive
sure.
lineman.
Okay.
And Ken, the JJ points between the Bears and the Bills was 720 from the Bears, 700 from the Bills, roughly.
Yeah. So the thoughts that the JJ chart is dead somehow for trades have been greatly exaggerated. There were a few other points that I'll make real quickly about Ursary here, since he's really the one tackle I think that would really make sense in this round. I think it'd be too early for Trapillo. The 12-6 blocking is one of the things he really brings to the table, and I like a guy who, when he gets beat, his recovery move is to push the guy 12-6, give Lamar Jackson, in his case, a little more time to move around and make a play. The Ravens have had a couple good guys at that. Orlando Brown was good at it, and Rick Wagner, who had shorter arms and might be not as big in really any dimension as Ursary, but was a guy who also could throw people 12-6 and ended up being a much better right tackle than probably people thought he might be. So I'd be excited about Ursary. He certainly has the general physical build and size. I think you can put him at left guard. You got a chance that it'll improve the play from Linderbaum, having two giant men next to him again. That I think would really help. I would be worried a little bit that they're snuffing out an opportunity for Voorhees, but Voorhees got to win his opportunity wherever that is.
If there was a guard you wanted to replace or get an upgrade from, would it be Voorhees or Faalele?
Well, what the Ravens are missing right now is any sort of mobility at the guard position, which allows them to pull. They have a right-handed running game, so I think that they really want a left guard who can pull. And unbelievably, Ursary probably moves about as well as anybody the Ravens currently have, including Voorhees. It's much better than Faalele, who's about one of the most ponderous guards in the NFL. But Faalele is honestly in a good spot with his last 5 games of the year, I think. And he does the important thing at the higher level, which is be a pass blocker. So yes, he looks crappy on the run. He looks crappy moving to level 2. He looks indecisive and lousy in level 2. There's a lot of things not to like about him, but there's one humongous thing to like, is that he's a pretty good pass blocker, and he's also cut down on his penalties to nothing at the end of the year, which is terrifically important on the offensive line.
Hey, Ken, we have a question about your thoughts on David Walker, the interior defensive lineman.
Okay, that's Dion Walker of Kentucky, I believe he's talking about. I like him. I think he's about a 4th round pick, but he is a guy who would make a lot of sense. He addresses the nose tackle directly, by the way, and so the Ravens, if you want a guy who replaces Pierce immediately and might have to replace Jones a year from now, then Dion Walker is a guy who might fit the bill. Where are you guys on him?
James, you want to go first?
No, you guys, I'm fine.
Oh,
I
yeah,
keep going first.
Yeah. Well, Walker, to me, he's somebody that they can use, but definitely not a 2nd round grade, or even maybe a fringe 3rd rounder perhaps. But I think, besides Sanders and Sanders got taken, didn't he? Besides Turner and I like Phillips as well over Walker. I think that's how you have your board set up as well. So
Yeah,
those are 2 guys that I would put over him for sure.
Yeah, I would agree, guys. I think Dan Walker is interesting, but I wouldn't be touching him until day 3. I think this is going back to the offensive line discussion. There are a couple of guys in this class that are going to come off the board in day 2, possibly earlier than the Ravens pick at the end of the 3rd round, that are interesting and fit the kind of need to get more mobile at the guard position. I notice, Ken, you've got Jared Wilson and Tate Ratledge, who I like, but I also like probably more Bo and Milam, but all of these guys move very well and are a nice fit for a zone scheme, and they do well in space. So all those guys are going to be interesting to see when they come off the board. I'm not sure that the value will be there in the second. Like, I'm not sure value will match up at the end of the second for the Ravens with those guys. There'll be some other players I think on the board that I'd prefer them to take, but there will be some interest for me there in the third round on those guys.
All right, look at it. The Will Johnson question. We talked about this a little bit right at the start, but my guess is that they've got a black dot on him, which means they have an injury concern. And there might be some point to which he would drop that they could still draft him. Famously, they drafted Arthur Jones despite him having a black dot. It could happen again, but I think the news is so utterly awful. I'm not sure what round that would even be in. You know, would they draft him if they got a shot for him in the fourth round, say? I don't know. I didn't miss a pick here, did I? The Jets are still picking at 42.
The Jets are still picking, I think.
Yeah, they're still picking.
I don't know how severe the injury is to Will Johnson.
Mason Taylor off the board. So this
Is it
is
a
an
torn
interesting
ACL?
one because I don't think it's a torn ACL. Or if it was, and then he came back from it, kind of thing. But he's obviously not all the way back.
Yeah.
I thought it was something else though. Okay, so Mason Taylor's off the board anyway. Any surprise there about him going ahead of some of the other tight ends? Ferguson, Arroyo, even Helm or Fannin?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting any tight ends to go in the second round, to be honest. So it is surprising. And for them not to take a guy like Ferguson, I've seen some good things about Fannin as well. So pretty surprising, but, you get the guy you want at this point.
I kind of think this is a good news for the Ravens. I think every tight end taken a little earlier than expected increases the chance that they'll have an opportunistic trade for one of their guys.
Oh, yeah.
The opportunity to do it anyway.
So we haven't had one player traded during the draft yet. Is that correct? So
No.
I'm not aware.
not easy to do, but certainly possible.
Yeah. Team like the Rams or the Chargers. I don't know the Ravens would. Man, those two teams, tight end needy teams. I'm still in the inclination that Andrews gets traded today. I'm just throwing it out there.
Good possibility.
Did anyone hear that Kadir Ishmael signed with the team during the draft yesterday?
It was previous. It was earlier in the day.
That was early in the day. Okay.
Yeah.
Some of the Raiders, yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about it. It is possible. I know Kadri had some broadcasting responsibilities tonight, but he might be on the panel later.
Okay.
So we can ask him directly if you want.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
All right. I think San Fran picked Ken. Do you see that?
Alfred Collins. Oh, okay. That's honestly, it's kind of a reach for Collins at this point. My opinion. Where are you on that, James? What do you think about Collins at that spot?
Yeah, I think we talked about Collins earlier, didn't we? That this would be a little bit, round two would be just be a little bit early for him. Although it's interesting because some of those nose guys, because I think who got taken right at the end of the Tyreek Williams got taken right at the end of the first round last night. So some of these guys are are going off the board a little bit sooner than I thought. But I think he would have been a good pick for the Ravens, right? As long as the value was right, because he is that kind of expert double team taker, plays the run with exceptional play strength for me, discipline and intelligence. And he's got some movement skills and technique with his hands there to think about a potential upside as a pass rusher. But for me at the moment, he's a two-down run stuffer that could have something in the future. But you're sort of playing on potential there. And so there are other guys who I would, when you're the Ravens and you're drafting an interior defensive lineman, they have like any good baseball team with a change-up development program for their pitchers. Like the Ravens can always bank on developing run defense. They've done it consistently over the course of a number of years now for guys who came out in the draft and did not look like the greatest run defenders and had some struggles, but they've been able to coach them up, and that's been a consistent thing for them. So I don't think they will. They certainly wouldn't be prioritized somebody like him in the second round. I don't think. I think they'd be looking further down the board for him.
That's where I would be too. It is a real question whether they should be spending versatility value or draft capital value to get a 3-tech. I think there is potentially some advantage to getting one who can help you maintain a lead. So a guy it doesn't really matter that much because everything's a pin your ears back snap. He can play 1-tech on if you're up 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter kind of thing. I don't mind a player like that at all, but you do have to have somebody to pair up for most neutral script situations, which are where a lot of the leverage in football is. And you'd like to have somebody who can replace Travis Jones or be a Travis Jones for another pairing with another player. If Jones is going to be with Madubuike most of the time. Somebody asked about Darius Alexander, whether he's dropping due to age here. Oh, it's Jay again. It's possible. I never got an age on the guy. He spent 5 years at Toledo. So obviously context is going to be some of the questions. And he's extremely quick at 495, but one of the other big things is he knocks down a bunch of passes. He's got 34-inch arms. By the way, I don't know how much you looked at arm length during this draft, how much any of you did, but I feel sorry for the offensive linemen who all are these short-armed interior guys getting pushed in there because they don't have the arms to play tackle, having to go up against all these incredibly lengthy interior players who already they know, the one arm is longer than 2 method, but now they have, just a straight first contact advantage over the man opposite them.
Well said.
Can I add Darius Alexander at 24? I think he'll be 25 when the season starts.
Okay, very good. Do you birthday? Okay, so birthday was in August or early September, that kind of thing.
I think so. I can't. I just put down the age. I know it was, August. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. We have a question where NJ said, "How does the group feel about the team hoarding all 10 picks today?" What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Today and tomorrow, he's saying.
Yeah, today and tomorrow.
Yeah. I'd be fine with a reset. I'd be fine to trade a pick for a pick next year. If they trade a 7 for a 6 next year, that's fine. But it's not so bad to use these picks. And I'll give you philosophically how I would see it being done is that they have a limited pool of UDFA dollars they can spend. If they use their 7s in particular, they don't have to spend UDFA money on those players. So it's kind of a nice way to avoid depleting your UDFA pool, and you can still go after one guy you really want for your additional signings after the draft is done.
That's a good way to look at it. I wasn't even looking at it because I was totally against the idea of hoarding those picks. But yeah, if it takes away from the UDFA, that's a very good way to look at it. Makes me feel better.
The board continues to, I probably need to shut up there now, but the board continues to fall well for the Ravens to take an edge rusher or a cornerback here in the second round.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
Yeah, no, I need to shut up. I've said that a couple of times now.
Amos is the first guy we think will be off the board at corner, or would you think Porter goes before him, or even Thomas?
I think Amos.
Yeah.
Brandon Croxton is in the house. How you doing, Brandon?
Hey, doing well. Just got back from Colonial Williamsburg on a chaperoning fifth grade class trip. So,
isn't there something you can say? Look, you do know that's the NFL draft. That period. I can't do that.
I was totally miserable. I was like, I can't believe it's this weekend, and I can't remember. I missed my son's class trip last year, and he begged me to come this year, so I couldn't let him down. So, it was a lot of fun anyway. So
I don't know how this looks on YouTube, but you've now replaced Sam Njoku, who was getting the comment overlaid on his face a lot, and it
Oh,
may look
no.
different to everybody else here, but
As a
Sorry,
Rocket is
Sam.
gone.
No.
to Dallas.
Sorry to bear the news,
Oh.
fellas.
Yeah, that sucks.
I mean,
I
he had to
believe
go pretty
Ogden.
soon. There's no way he was going to last.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah. you're
Somebody
right.
had the potential for by the way, the trade that you had proposed with the Ravens trade, both their fourths and their second to move up. The Dallas would have never gone for that. It was short about, I think, about 60 or 70 JJ points, maybe even more than that. So it wouldn't have made sense. One of the things I think the JJ chart does a better job than some of the flatter evaluation charts is that it captures the notion that the team that's trading up is reducing their own risk and the variation of the player they get. Oftentimes, you trade up for the pick that's that's coming up right now, and that means you know exactly who you're getting once you make that trade. The team that trades back, they inherently have a wider set of potential outcomes they have to deal with. So while if you look at after the fact and you look at the pick that they actually got will often outperform the pick that was at the earlier position, they had to accept risk to get to that same point. So it really makes a lot of sense that the JJ chart over some of the flatter valuation charts would be closer to the truth to me anyway. The Colts selection is already in. Oh, they're going quick here.
think we're about to have an edge run.
The pick's going in quick, and Dawn Aponte hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, JT Tui from Ohio State, Tui Maloau, is off the board. He's somebody who very balanced, very solid edge defender. Not a real high ceiling guy in my view. Where are you on him?
I agree. I don't have him as a high ceiling. I think he is who he is, and I mean, I don't want to pigeonhole anybody, but the guys ahead of him have a much higher ceiling than he does. Decent floor.
I liked that he knew he knows how he wins, right? Like he's a power guy, and for me, he's got enough effective moves to win and sack the quarterback. He's not the most athletic or most explosive, and so you're never sure that he's going to be one of the best guys in the league. But I agree with you, Sam. I think the floor's pretty high, and I liked that he he just had a really good rush plan. I felt like he was already just like a professional edge rusher, who sort of honed his craft over his time at Ohio State, and I think he'll be a good edge. I think he'll be a good edge rusher in the league for a long time.
Did the NFL tell these teams to make the picks quicker? I feel like yesterday flew by and like another pick's already in. It's nice.
Well, they get behind, and so they have
right.
3 in the bag, and there's one of the Miami reporters is always reporting it early in various places. If you look out on Twitter, they could be a couple picks ahead, and the announcements are behind. But anyway, they may or may not catch up on day 2. And day 1, they usually have ample time because some clock milkers in the 20s want to take their time.
Yeah.
I
I think JT. Oh, sorry. I was just going to chime in about JT. I think this a guy that's you're not going to be. I don't think you're going to be sorry you drafted him. I think he's going to be a solid guy, but offensive coordinators are not going to be up at night saying, "How the heck are we going to stop him?" So I think he's a solid pick. I think there's probably some higher upside guys out there still available.
So we're all in a. There was this question came in. Okay, let's answer this first, David. Well, we got a commercial going on. Yeah, there is a legend to the spreadsheet and its formatting. So green means they were a day 1 pick, and those guys are all off the board. Blue means they're a day 2 pick. The brown and yellow means they went to the Cleveland Browns. The black and gold means they went to Pittsburgh. And the Shamar Stewart down there, the red and yellow means they went to the Bengals. And Starks, you can see up in purple, is a Ravens pick. The other light purples we have were guys we identified at the beginning of round 2 who we liked for the Ravens, who thought would be a good value in round 2 at number 59 anyway. And those are the guys among those originally we named that are still available currently. And I think that's it. I think I hit on everything here. I didn't miss anything. Yeah, we haven't had any day 3 picks yet, but they'll be in gray when they happen.
John Tabor said, I think I would have rather wanted Ezeraku at 27 and Watts at 59. For the
Yes,
Ravens.
completely agree. If you could trade me out of what already happened and give me that, I'd take it in a heartbeat.
I mean, you can see the safeties are falling besides Amenwari. So there is, in terms of value, I have to agree with you there. The Ravens aren't going to have very many edges to choose from and loads of decent safeties. I had 4 safeties in my day 1, day 2 range with Watts and Makuba and Winston, actually. So it was 5 that I had running the list. So, yeah.
And only 5 secondary players taken, right? 3 corners and 2 safeties so far.
That's right. A lot of injuries at the corner position in particular with Johnson, Revel, and Morrison. Revel and Morrison.
Which I think as a Ravens fan, it's not something we're surprised to see is injuries at the corner position, right?
That's right.
Unfortunately.
I mean, it also begs the question: would Watts have lasted to 59? Because I think he's going in the top 45, if not 50.
Well, it's 46 now, so but Watts hasn't been taken. But you're right. You can't take that deal as soon as Watts is drafted at 50 or 51. You can't take the deal of Ezeraku or Watts.
I like Watts too as a secondary option to Starks. But I think that's a guy you would either had to have traded back from 27 into the 40s or trade up from 59 to get him. Because I think he's going pretty much any pick.
I'm with you. And honestly, at this point, I think it's probably a good thing for the Ravens if he does and pushes an edge rusher down towards us.
Right.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, definitely want to see him go now.
I'm gonna go out and say, okay, let's put our top picks in order. I'll just give you my list, and then I want you guys to adjust it and change it as you see fit, and that includes everybody in the comments as well. So let me get to the appropriate place here. We'll insert this punter kicker column. We didn't need it from the start. I just eliminated it for the spreadsheet. It's much more of a working column area over here. But my top guy I would like is right now is Swinson, I think. And then I would like Porter, and I know I didn't have him as high as Amos. I don't think they're going to get Amos. You know what? Amos Porter. I would do that. But Porter is the guy I really love for tools. And then I would maybe go really hard for me after that. A lot of these guys are still good, but it's difficult for me to make a choice after that. Where are you guys? What are your top 3 for everyone? How about let's hear that?
After
tight end gone.
After
Terrence Ferguson just went in, which is fantastic for the Ravens.
Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. After I really like Porter as well. Ursery, I would think they definitely need a backup tackle, and I think he could also play some guard as well. So
you're otherwise your top 3 would be contained within that list of 4. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Sam, help us out. Go next.
Are you talking about for the Ravens or me personally?
For the Ravens here. Come on. You know what the drill is here.
Oh, man. I mean, I would love Green. I mean, I know he's not going to be picked.
Okay.
I can't not. His talent's, he was number 7 on my big board. And he hasn't been drafted yet, which is insane considering his talent, but I get it, off field stuff and what have you. But other than Green, I think I wouldn't mind seeing Scoring as well. I don't know about number 6, okay. But I think I will put maybe. Oh, you already have Ursery. Okay, so yeah, I can see Scoring being next after that, unless anyone disagrees.
You have the right to add players. So Scorton is a fine pick. Okay, who else? And is it just are the rest of your top three included in that group? Or we're going to add Green to this group too.
So mine would be Ursary and Scorton at the top. I would also then be deciding between Landon Jackson and Siobhan Revel. I think.
Okay.
Happy to not have them added if that helps.
Will Johnson goes off the board of the Cardinals at 47. I think that is great news for the Ravens. That's a big few as far as a player gone that I didn't want the Ravens taking. Anybody feel differently about it at this point? Anybody feeling a pang of regret that I'm having a hard time with this. Okay, there we go.
You just
Ken or James, would you guys mind just going through the couple of the edge rushers you like and giving like a 2-sentence blurb on why you like them? For those who aren't as familiar with some of the guys in the second round here.
Start with anybody you like, and I will follow up on you from my notes. How about that?
So I'll go Scorton first, Ken, because I put Scorton in. So I think with Scorton, he's not the most explosive edge rusher, but he's a savvy rusher and he's a very good run stuffer. And you also saw him significantly better better production before he moved to Texas A&M. But I don't think he changed hugely as a player. I think he's got outstanding hand usage. He's got very good play strength. I think he's a really high floor rusher. I had a bit of a problem with him when there was lots of stuff talking about him in the first round. That wouldn't be what I would, I would not love that. But I think as you get now into the second round here, the way he plans as an edge rusher, the stable of moves he has that he can work from. I think I'd like to see him work to finish against better competition, but and I don't know that he has the explosive athleticism that the Ravens look for at the position, but I really like him a lot, and I think he would add something to that edge rush room for me.
Okay, so I agree with a lot of what you said, but he's a very different player than who he was at Texas A&M, but between Texas A&M and Purdue. Apparently, he's carrying less weight at Purdue. He had 131 coverage snaps in 2023, 131. So one of the things I was trying to look at was who could be a Sam linebacker for the Ravens. If he plays at a lower rate, like he ran at the combine, looks like he dropped weight to run at the combine. He's a barrel-chested guy, and he's one of the biggest edges in the whole draft. He played at about 285 pounds, but 257 at the combine. The 131 snaps doesn't make any sense given what he looks like now or what he looked like on tape this last year for Texas A&M. It also does not make sense that he's only targeted 4 times in 131 snaps, which is to me the biggest missing link piece of information from this entire draft. He had 1 reception he allowed in 131 coverage snaps. And I said, has to be something wrong with the data, something about the usage that's different. Was that just being a spy in some particular spot of the field or whatever? But I didn't go back to 23 to watch the Purdue tape on that. But the guy who did the Edge show with me said he was used. Ledyard was used a lot in coverage. But it's just one of the weirdest things. But in terms of who he is, I think that's a real question in the NFL, whether he's going to play at 257 or 285. Where teams really want him to play. Would your feeling be, James, that he would do better continuing to keep the weight off that he played with at Texas A&M?
Yeah, I think so. That's where I preferred for me. I think I preferred him with the weight off because I preferred the sort of the upside that it unlocked for me. I think I think that the reason why I said I don't think he changed that much as a player is more because I think the usage, his usage changed and his weight changed, but what I didn't see was a difference in terms of the traits I grade, like the hand usage, his get off, like that sort of stuff, and the way he plays the run. I didn't actually see a whole lot of change, and I think it's because I really like his technique. He plays with great play strength, and because he plays with great play strength, I prefer him at the lighter weight because it potentially unlocks a higher level of pass rush from him. Sorry, You said 2-line summary, and I went too long on Scott, and then we had a discussion.
Yeah, I had more on him, but I'll leave it at that. But we were supposed to talk about some of the other edge rushers as well. We do have to keep these shorter. We can't. We got to rotate the ball around the perimeter here a little bit more. But if we're talking about Swinson, lot to like. Let me get to my proper notes about him here.
Ken, while you're pulling up the notes, the trade that we just had, it was pick 48 for pick 58 and 99. Pick 48 JJ value is 420, and then 58 and 99 is 424. So right on JJ value.
Okay, and that gives you an idea of what it would cost the Ravens to move up at this point too, since they have the 59th pick. So it'd be quite expensive. Okay, well, Swinson, I mean, one of the reasons I liked him a lot was because he's a good Sam outside linebacker, solid pressure rate, I think some ability still to grow his toolkit, which is not at the very highest level yet, but he has decent length at 33 3/8, a really good pass rush productivity, which was 8th of 408 pass rushers that had 200 plus snaps. And he had a 28.3 finish rate, which was below average. That's okay. What I look at there is that should naturally improve. That's definitely the double you want. You want to have a really wide base of pressures with a smaller group of finishes that allows for more upside at the NFL level. Kind of a mediocre missed tackle to stops ratio of 3.4, but he had 154 coverage snaps in his career with outstanding results. 4.9 yards per target and a 68 opposition passer rating, which makes him, I think, one of the best Sam candidates in the entire draft. So I'd be excited. I'd be very excited if they got Swinson at 59.
I'll quickly
so
go on.
That was Swinson. Who do you have next, James?
Yeah, Miles, just going to quickly go on Ladder Jackson, who is like a bit of an athletic freak. The size of him, I think he's got all the traits and the room to grow into it at the start.
Ariante Ursary just left the board. Oh, what am I doing here?
I'll finish up Landon Jackson quickly while that happens. I think he's got, he's got really alluring physical tools for me. Like his explosive athleticism is off the charts. I think he tested in the 100th percentile for explosive explosion, with the jumps, with the vert and the broad. So there's loads to work with. He's just really maddeningly inconsistent. He doesn't put it together particularly well in an effective rush plan at the moment. And I don't think he ever maximizes his play strength with the way he plays. So there's loads to work with. And I feel like the Ravens will like the fact that they could get a lot of, there's a lot there to work with, a moldable piece of clay that you can finesse and put him in the Chuck Smith sort of edge rusher development program and see what comes out the other side.
I had to drop him a little bit because I think he probably fits a 4.3 better than a 3.4.
Yeah, that's fine.
But he's got really good tools. He's almost Suggs sized, 6'6", 264. He's a little bit leaner than what Suggs was, has really good quickness. So yeah, I think there would be some hope that you can make him a better player. Landon Jackson is probably the player in this draft who I think is a little bit similar in terms of not a great fit for the Ravens is Mykel Williams. Got taken, very highly. Great football player. No complaints about that. Same issue with Jackson. He's a great football player. Should be. I just think he'll do a 4-3 team a lot better. And I think the problem with both those guys potentially is that they take away from your pass rush flexibility by not being able to drop to cover as well as potentially 3-4 Sams.
In the chat, Ken, we had someone who really liked that you used a basketball reference. And then we also have a couple guys playing a drinking game, which when you're playing a Kid McCusick drinking game, that's a pretty quick way to get messed up. So just a public safety announcement.
Yes. Demetrius Knight, inside linebacker, goes to the Bengals. Now, that's a little bit of an odd pick. Okay, so we're back to – it's the second overall inside linebacker for me. So I don't have a problem with the order of this. It seems like it's at 49 might be still kind of a little early to be going
That's a little early. Yeah.
And there's a very kind of a shallow grade off at inside linebacker in terms of the quality of the players. A lot of guys who do at least some element of that job very well.
He seems more like a run stuffer, downhill player than he is a coverage player, right?
I have to go back to actually remember here. He actually had good coverage in college. Did a good job with that. A little bit surprised. He's played 6 seasons of college football. That's something some people might not know. So he's an older guy, and I don't have the age on him. Do you have that from the Beast? Do you have an age for him?
I'm sure someone will find that. I think for me, with him, he
25. Good grief. Demetrius Knights, 25.
I'm already okay with going to the Bengals.
Yeah.
Brandon, I thought when you first said that, he said 45. I was like, wow.
That is effectively a football 45 right there.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a little
For me,
strange. It's second round for someone who's 25 years old. Wow. Sorry, James. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say I felt he was good in underneath zone, but when you got him into man coverage in confined spaces, he started to struggle a little bit. And he reads the inside run at high level, like he's a good thumper, and can close quickly on ball carries on the outside too. I just I think he would have been an interesting guy for the Ravens, but certainly not in round 2 for me. I would have been waiting a little while for that.
Metrics wise, I really did not like his stops to miss tackle ratio, which is critically important at inside linebacker. It's the position where it's most important for. It's like strikeout to walk ratio. His was only 2.6 to 1 last year and 2.5 to 1 career. And he had 29 stops, which is a little bit low, with 11 missed tackles, which is a little bit high. And that's just not a good combination for a draftable inside linebacker. I agree with you on he's a better downhill player than he is anybody who has to turn his back to the quarterback and chase, despite the fact that his speed is perfectly fine to do that. It doesn't seem to be the most natural thing. He'd be a 3-down Mike backup if the Ravens had gotten him. And I assume he'll jump right into that role. Who do they still have left? Is Logan Wilson still with the Bengals? I'm trying to remember who they have left.
I think so.
All right. I'm getting some choppiness from somebody's mic here. So
Yeah, he's still with the Bengals, Logan Wilson.
okay, the Seahawks have selected again.
Kim, could you tell people why you like Porter so much?
Yeah, block out the sun's size to go with speed. He almost never gets targeted by an opposing quarterback. They only threw at him 17 times all year, with 5 of those complete. And I want to say they threw at him 17 times, 5 complete, and 3 interceptions. It was something like that. That's just absurd, in terms of the thing. And the passer rating throwing at him, our guy for doing that is not on today, but let me see if I can pull that up for Porter, because that would be really cool. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. I have to bring this table down, so it really helps if somebody else is able to do this for us. Come on.
While you're pulling that up, Ken, there's some absolutely amazing comments coming around here. So just wanted to give a shout out to the people putting comments. They're just hilarious today.
This is not the right one. Oh, I know what the problem is. He did not have the minimum number of snaps to make our graphic, so he wouldn't be there anyway. But I'll tell you what he did last year, because it's worth doing that just directly. I think it's the passer rating against him for the entire season was in single digits, if I recall correctly. He is over 24 years old. Yeah,
That's
passer
Porter,
rating against him for the year for Porter.
Yep.
4.7. That's on the 0 to 158.3 scale. 4.7 passer rating against him. He had 3 interceptions. They threw the ball at him 17 total times with 5 complete for 70 yards, so just over 4 yards per play. He did get beat for 2 big plays, one for 32 yards, and it looks like another for 19. But other than that, he basically didn't give up anything the whole season. And for some reason, he doesn't play that much.
There's so much to like about him. I'm surprised he's still like I to be honest, I thought because of the traits, because of the ridiculous athleticism, the arm length, the size, that he might have been an earlier second round pick at this point. So I do think he's quite good value. I think the thing for me was on the film, I felt like all that stuff that you've mentioned, Ken, absolutely showed up on the film. I felt like the times when he was beat in coverage was when he was going up against a receiver who was like had some intelligence to him, some technique, but also had some play strength, and he could give up some separation at the top of his routes. Wasn't targeted very often when he did give up that separation, which helped his metrics. And I also think there's some things around his run defense where he's sort of a bit over aggressive and compromises his technique as an open field tackler. But so many raw tools, and those things I've mentioned there are things that are eminently workable on, and so I could certainly see him and Amos being guys that the Ravens would consider.
Yeah. He's a different kind of cornerback certainly than they've had recently. They've never really had a cornerback at his height that I can recall in all of Ravens history. I'm trying to think of if there's really been anybody taller than Jimmy Smith, and he was about 6'2", maybe 6'2" and a little bit. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else who is bigger, but they've never had like a Seahawks type corner. And this is a rare cornerback. He's maybe a little fragile, built like a track star, and he very long arms, blocks out the sun in terms of quarterback's willingness to throw into that black hole.
I like
Ken, the tight end.
Yeah. So Arroyo got taken. He's one of our guys, but also one of the people who makes it more likely that a tight end gets traded. Nick Scorton goes to the Panthers. So that's one of our guys off the list again. Now, we do expect that most of our guys are going to be gone by the time we get there, but we've now lost Scorton and Ursery. Green, we have a potential black dot situation. Oh, we lost Sam Njoku. So I hope he'll be back.
Sam said he'd be back in the chat, Ken.
Very good. And Jackson and Alexander. So we're down to 6 players, and it's 8 picks. They're the 8th pick from now, so we're getting into that fun territory where you hope you maybe even have an option between these guys.
Ken, how tall was Porter? Was he over 6'2"?
Yeah, I want to say he's like 6'4", but let me go to it 1 second. I had all that down.
I think he's 6'2", Ken.
Porter is 6'2". Yeah.
Oh, then I'm wrong.
Porter 6'2".
And I'm wrong.
Yeah, 6'3" is still pretty damn tall for a corner.
Yeah.
I feel like it's got to move your feet. Yeah.
Okay, is that what I have? I have 6'4", 200. That's from NFL Draft Buzz, and they're usually very accurate with their measurements. So you've got that from somewhere else. I'm interested in the thing. I mean, it really stood out to me. That's why I thought it was true.
I got it on from the Beast, so
I trust that more.
I think mine was from Relative Athletic Score, which is where I usually get my stuff from.
Where from the RAS, the measurements are taken where?
I think they come straight from the combine, the RAS measurements.
Okay, and that's what NFL Draft Buzz is supposed to do too, and they even tell you combine, pro day, something else.
Yeah, someone in the chat, Ken, said that Porter is 6'2" and 7/8.
Okay.
Not sure where you got that from. If you could cite the source.
yeah, that's from the Beast. That's what I have as well.
And we had a couple questions.
Oh, early. Femi Oladejo just went at number 52, which I think is very surprisingly high. I know a lot of people asking questions about him. I just did not have him that high on my board.
I liked him in the 3rd round, but yeah, this is early for him.
And this is getting, I think, into the range, isn't it, of where this draft is, where it's kind of people are going to be all over the board on these types of players, and they're going to, they're going to be guys going at this point at 52, where you might have him as an 80, and actually he's going 52. Like this is where this draft, I think, is going to live for the next sort of 50 picks. I think.
Good. That means there should be some value available to the Ravens. Maybe some intersection of need and value. Even. What do you know?
Someone in the chat mentioned why out on Revel. So I would have Revel in our list, but there is an interesting discussion, I suppose, to be had about the injury and how much he could feasibly contribute in year one for the Ravens. But I certainly think he's a guy who is someone that the Ravens will be thinking about, like in terms of the size, the athleticism, how physical and tough he is. This is a guy who probably should have been much higher if it hadn't been for the injury. But I wonder whether this is a guy who the Ravens maybe see as great value and too good value to pass up, but also might see as someone who is someone that they shouldn't be looking at because of the potential for not getting too much production out of him in year one.
I mean, that's where I am in terms of that. I mean, I think he suffered this injury during the season too. Tore his ACL prior to week 4 of 2024. Says he will be decelerating and cutting again in August. So you can't. I don't believe you're allowed to NFI for an in-season injury like that. I could be wrong. Maybe if you jump off a building or something, you can be NFI'd still. But I think if they draft him, they basically can't put that designation on him. That means the year developmentally is at risk. And it's almost like the year of play comes secondary to the year of development. After what they went through with Ajabo and how that has seriously not worked out, and Revel isn't thought to be at his level of you can't pass him upness in terms of being. I mean, Revel is a lot of people have as a late first round pick who's now lasted into the second because of the injury largely.
Do you think that David Ajabo just lost all of his explosion? It's hard to just see, like, in not watching much of his college tape, but just on the Ravens, it just doesn't seem like he has much explosion at all. Do you think it just got sapped from the injury?
I think that's.
Yeah.
I was going to say I think
Go
that's
ahead.
part
Go
of it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, he was really an explosive player. Like, he had a great burst coming out of college and could really turn the corner. And he just can't do that in the pros right now. He's just hasn't been able to do it.
Ken, we have some of the commenters coming up with a Ken McCusick bingo card, which is
I've heard about that.
Incredible.
By the way, if somebody wants to create that for real and print random cards where you can pick up 25 things that I say reasonably frequently, but you have to be able to print the cards up randomly. I'll give away some free item for the first bingo.
Kev, you can tell, or Ken, you can tell how loyal the listeners are. I mean, people are dropping pear-shaped short arms. Arthur Jones, Sergio Kindle. I mean, you name it. These are forgetting a name of a player, bathroom breaks. I mean, these are some legendary comments coming in here.
What are you doing, Joel? You're offering to do the bingo card?
These are so funny.
That's exactly right.
Jaundiced eye. That's a great one. Efficient frontier.
Yeah, that's why do people get on the efficient frontier? That's a
man.
Mike. Okay, so this is actually something that's not something I would say. Or somebody else has to say that about my mic being. Okay, you guys, I'm really liking this. Pony, okay, you do that one. That's not. Okay. Let me understand this one. Ken's quote about not being a expletive rookie on Earth has to be top 5. Okay. So one of the ones that I get quoted on by the radio station guys is used him like a sock puppet. So it usually refers to an edge rusher who has a particularly good game versus a tackle.
Someone said when your mic picks up a dog barking, Xavier McKinney, season ticket holder.
Okay, yeah. A C+ with adjustment is actually a good grade for him. Benjamin Morrison off the board goes to the Buccaneers. So there's another team not too concerned about the injury. Yeah, I mentioned Jim and James should be the free space. Okay. I'm going to be concerned if you guys can go on for a half hour on this. I'll just say. But I do. I look. The loyalty is very much appreciated.
Ken refers to a defensive tackle as Brandon Williams.
That's true. Patrick Queenslander. There you go. Landline ringing. What's belly laugh? Is that just me laughing normally?
Aircraft carrier. Oh man,
All right.
we've just completely lost it here. That was a great 5 minutes.
Penetrating free take. A lot of people say that.
Sand in the pants.
Okay.
Sorry,
Sorry, I was muted.
Oh man.
Okay. I can only take so much of this. I so appreciate the loyalty, guys. I have noticed this, like that. I feel like a seventh grade teacher, where the kids never forget a freaking thing you say. Okay? And I'm not trying to refer to you guys in some condescending way. I'm just saying you guys have memories like elephants that you'll pull up on me. Well, that's not true because 2 seasons ago in October you said that yeah, kind of thing. That's good. If you have 2 strong safeties, it's not exactly the correct quote, but you got the right idea.
To get back to football, Ken, in the same vein as that joke, if Watts is there when we pick, there's no way you can take another safety, right?
I don't think so.
No, I don't
Just
think
doesn't
so.
fit, right? There's no way.
I mean, I don't think the Ravens can pass up really at edge in a lot of ways here. They've got 3 guys. Green being I think Green comes with an asterisk at this point. Everybody's already passed. I think that we know what the problem is.
I think we could we had the big disagreement about Maury and Starks, but we could have a real loving on Xavier on Watts because I am a massive Watts fan. It's
I am too.
Yeah. Like one of the downsides to picking Starks for me is that you don't get to pick Watts with his ability. So it's I'll be very jealous of wherever he comes off the board. Hopefully it's not in the AFC North.
Anthony Belton. That is honestly kind of a reach at offensive tackle.
Yeah.
From NC State.
Yep. Oh, I'm going to go to my notes on Belton, but I had him, I know, lower down than that. So.
Yeah, I've got to go into my other file for Belton. So I didn't include him in my.
There's a group of people who like them from his 23 tape, I think.
Yeah, that is true. The 23 tape was better. I think for
Was
me.
he hurt at 24?
Not that I could find. So he for me he has good footwork, but he really struggled. I think with his hand. I'm a bit of a sucker for hands technique, and he struggled. I think with his hands for me, and I just didn't see much sustain in the running game either from him.
The great Jake Vogel, the ultimate Georgia fan, joining us now on the panel. We've had a great freaking panel tonight. I appreciate you guys so much. And we've had some people leave and others come in, and it's been a lot of fun. Tomorrow is a very long day. I hope you folks, must have close to 20 people who have expressed that they'll be on for some portion of the day. Sam is supposed to stay with me for the whole day tomorrow, and he better do it because otherwise it could be a long wait between picks. Thanks, John. I appreciate it.
We haven't talked very much about Amos. Should we talk about Amos? Because it feels like he's quite high at the top of the board.
Do I have anything to say about Belton really quickly? JUCO transfer. He replaced Aquanco at NC State. He had a big issue with penalties in his college career, won every 94 snaps. I would say he is not at all a polished hand fighter. Did you have that on your list? You said something about his hands.
I did, Ken, yeah.
Yeah. And,
he also spat at a guy in the Clemson game, I think, and got ejected. Didn't he?
I didn't know that. That's terrible. Yeah, I thought he's also a guy who absorbs the bull rush very well. Oh, Trey Harris goes to the Chargers. That's a nice pick. That's good value on Harris. Actually, I guess it's just okay value on Harris. He had 5.12 yards per route run, not per target, per route run for Trey Harris this last year. And he only played 8 games. Now, the stats are amazing on him. I got to bring this up because he only played 8 games and he had over 1,000 yards, I believe. Let me bring this up. Okay, so at Ole Miss, and Jackson Darty's throwing the ball to him. Yeah, he played the first 7 weeks, and then he played in week 13. He was, let me get his targets and everything on here. He was targeted 8 games. He was targeted 76 times, caught 60 of them for 1,030 yards. So he averaged in those 8 games more than, 129 yards roughly per game. And he averaged, his yards per target was just absolutely massive this last year. But he is coming off an injury, so there is a concern, I guess, of where he is exactly.
Mm.
So he had 1,030 yards, and it's something like in 200 routes run, he picked up those 1,000 yards. Incredible. Yep, you're right about that one. I talk about that all the time, David.
So you think it has to be edge or corner here?
So
I think
4
that's
picks away.
That's to me where the value is, right? And we were gonna talk a little bit about Amos, weren't we? I think.
Go to it. Yep.
Who I think is a starting outside corner in the league. Like just quite clear for me. He's probably a cornerback 2 right now, which is all the Ravens would need him to be. But I think he's got the tools to develop into a guy who could compete with the better receivers in the NFL. You know, he does have sort of middling average size, but he's got really good speed, good explosion scores as well in terms of from athleticism. But for me, it's his it's the explosion and the hit mobility that help him both at the line of scrimmage and downfield during the routes that help keep him in phase. He's gonna, again, I think he gives up a little bit of separation at the top of his routes against those bigger receivers with better play strength, but his athleticism gets him out of trouble, and he could become a more plus run defender over time. But I think there's a bit of work needed there. So I really like him. My kind of drafted Ravens comp for him was Nate Wiggins without the very kind of top elite end high end speed. So like that's a guy who, I didn't really think would still be here at this point and on the board.
I want to bring up something because his metrics are astounding among the corners. Oh, it's not going to make it easy if I go there. Okay, we're going to have a freaky thing occur, and then I'm going to make it unfreaky here in a second.
I'm surprised at some of the talent that's still available. I mean,
Yeah.
Amos would be really awesome for Baltimore. Did you guys talk
I
about
also like
Darius
Darius
Alexander yet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just about to say the same name. That's a
Great minds think alike.
Really?
He is a very
Yeah.
old prospect. That's the only real knock on him, I would say. But
Can you guys see this chart we have up on the screen right now?
The Trey Amos chart, we
Yeah.
can see it.
Okay, so this set of 8 metrics are yards per target, opposition pass rate, coverage snaps per target, penalties per coverage snap, yak per reception, missed tackles, missed tackle rate, and stops per missed tackle. You want to be to the right as far as you can. More purple is good in all these rows. Amos has no weak part of his game at all, and he's at the very top in the most important statistics, yards per target and opposition passer rate. We can actually see these. His yards per target was 4.52, was in the 94th percentile. And this is of, I think it's 260 some corners who had at least 300 coverage snaps in 24. And then
Why
the
not
other,
in the first round, Ken? What held him back?
I'm not sure. He is a guy I think should have had consideration at the end of the first round for a corner needy team.
Yeah. It almost seems like the secondary players are being devalued just a bit. Maybe that's just happenstance, but just not
Oh my
my
God. Okay, that's not a suit, that's a belt.
With Amos, to your point, I feel like one of the reasons why he's still here is, he is a bit upright. He's a bit of a clunky mover. Like I think there's some questions about his fluidity, I think, and that's probably why he's where he is. And like I said, there's a few sort of questions I think he could be a plus run defender, but at the moment that's a work in progress. So I think that's probably why he's still here right now.
Definitely got some Amos fans here.
All right. So who's everybody's desired pick here that we have coming up?
Oh, for the Bears?
For the
Or
Ravens. Yeah,
Oh.
for the Ravens. If you could pick your top 2 here.
Let's wait and see who the Bears pick, and then we'll cut it to 3, okay?
Yep. This guy's giving
going
us
to take forever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Love
So
day
you
2
know
of the
who that
draft.
is?
Seth Rollins. He's a wrestler.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I wouldn't want to be the guy who knew that.
I have an 11-year-old son.
Okay, gotcha.
We watch a lot together. It's fun. Yeah.
On the way to Williamsburg.
No, just every hour besides on a bus. Yeah.
Joel Jefferson, that was absolutely hilarious.
Okay. You're still taking Watts here, Ravens punch, despite the fact the Ravens have already taken a safety in this draft. It'd be a bold move. It's a bold move, Cotton.
I really like Watts. Yeah. I don't think you can do it. I just don't think the logistics work, but it's kind of painful. So tackle Ozzy Trapillo was taken by the Bears, Ken.
He's one of my guys.
Yep.
I really hope they could have him at number 91. I guess that was just a pipe dream.
He's a big dude, over 6'8".
Mm-hmm. I think they probably would have tried to move him to guard, and that would have been a really interesting pairing with him and Faalele next to Linderbaum.
Yeah. I'm still not sold on giving Linderbaum a ton of money. I know it may be a discussion for a later minute, but still not sold on that.
Just a small quick note on Amos as we're coming down to it here. He's got a little yellow mark for me on my board, which is the mark I give players where they have something that would stop them from being drafted in the first 2 rounds based on Derek DeCosta's history of drafting in the first 2 rounds. And Amos's thing is that he's over 23. And DeCosta has never drafted somebody in the first 2 rounds that's over 23.
Well, then Porter has that same mark.
That's true. Yeah. Sorry, I missed that. He has got one.
And Green has it for a different reason. Oh,
Well, Green is also small school, which is another thing that non-power four. Sorry, so he's never drafted a non-power four guy in the top 2 rounds either.
that's shocking because DaCosta was the brains behind their small school scouting that brought them Brandon Williams, brought them Lardarius Webb, brought them a lot of small. But Matt Judon, I mean,
And that would take out Alexander and Revel as well.
yeah,
So we're thinning it out here pretty quick.
we'd be down to
Yeah.
Jackson,
I
Amos, and Swinson, I think, right? Or no, Jackson and Swinson. Let's hope the Lions don't take one of those two.
David says he's calling the Ravens trading back. He's calling it now. Does anyone think that's a shot? The Ravens move out of this pick at 59, or
I think that would be an interesting call. I don't know who they.
Why not Umani in here? I see you have Swinson and Jackson, but right in the middle there's a sandwich, and you don't like Umani Allen.
I wasn't the one who picked Jackson. I think that really comes from James, right?
Yeah, that
that
was
put
me.
him there. So Swinson is my guy. Green would be my guy if
Yeah.
there were nothing else, obviously. But and Umar Mielen would be a 3rd round guy for me.
I like Alexander probably the most out of these guys, and I'm way different than you, Ken, but I like Norman Lott.
Okay.
I mean, he's high on my defensive line, top 10.
Do you want me? I'll put him in right now, and then you can say I told you so.
Sure.
In case he's the guy here.
Sure.
Anybody else have an I told you so pick that is not on our board right now? Then column M here, this highlighted row. Anybody want to add another player?
I put him in at the start of the night, so I'll put him here as well now with Shamar Turner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
He's on the pink. Yeah.
And anybody, Azaria Thomas, anybody for him? Ratledge.
For round 3, Tate Ratledge. I don't think right here.
Oh, he just got picked by the Lions.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I thought somebody was adding him to the Ravens list, but I think they were just announcing the Lions pick. Okay, Shadur Sanders being the next pick would be perfect. Or the Ravens trading Shadur trading the pick where somebody just had to move up now to get Shadur would also be fine.
Mm-hmm.
so is Shadur definitely going in the 3rd round? Who called that? Was that Sam at the beginning of the night?
Yeah, he's gone, isn't he? Steelers. I think it was him. So it would be the Steelers pick. When do the Steelers? Which pick do the Steelers have? I'll have to look this
They
up.
don't have a 2nd round pick, right?
Yeah,
so
they
it
have a
would be your
3rd.
3rd round pick.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. We're still in round 2. What am I talking about?
Yeah. It's all blending together at this point.
Could be the Raiders here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it could be.
Yeah, it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
They're very excited about this. Well, the Ravens are on the clock. Who's your guy? I'm going Swinson all the way right now.
I don't know. I think one of the corners, Amos or Porter.
Okay.
I'd be happy with any of those guys, to be honest.
Yeah.
And then out of the defensive line group, Alexander, Norman Lott, or Shamar. Really, I think any of those guys really add a decent amount to our defensive line room. So
As soon as the pick is made by the Raiders, I want everybody who's in the chat to type in their one guy you think the Ravens will draft. And you can also put if you think it's the wrong draft pick too, just because I think they'll draft Swinson, but I wish they would draft Porter kind of thing. That's fine too.
If they do draft a defensive lineman, this would be the highest defensive lineman they've drafted in a long time. I mean, they usually wait till the 3rd, 4th, or later to draft a defensive lineman. The last one I remember them drafting in the 2nd round was Anthony. So.
I think we can officially say that it hurts that Watts is still there.
That
Jack-
is a
Jack Beck.
yeah. Jack Besh is a. I mean, I think highly of him as a wide receiver, but he's way down my list. Number 12. I'm really surprised by this. You got Knoll and Royals and Williams and
There's
Iomana.
plenty of people that are high on Kyle Williams. I see him just below Manor for you. That'd be interesting. Getting a wide receiver. It doesn't scream Ravens here in the second round, but it's certainly possible. I think they're going defense though. There's not an offensive.
Call your
lineman.
shot. Everybody who's in the pick may come up pretty quickly. It probably won't, but assuming the pick does come up quickly, won't everybody have their pick in? I told
Probably
you
get
so
a commercial.
purposes. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is this thing. Maureen and I are out walking the dog today, and I told her why I was unhappy with the Starks pick, basically, and she said, "Well, now if he plays poorly, at least you'll have an I told you so." And I'm going like, I'm out in the middle of our neighbors and everything. I'm going, what a freaking I told you so, boy. What Ravens fan is going to want to listen to me about an I told you so down the line here? Oh. The best possible situation is he makes the Hall of Fame. I have to eat some crow for it, and I'm happy to attend and happy to have that happen. But nothing about him having a bad career with the Ravens is a good thing for me.
Mhm.
Oh, Trevor says, want Porter. They gamble on Green. That's interesting.
I mean, how far does Green fall? Right? Is he undraftable? Because at some point in time, his production is so outstanding. You know what I mean? If you're not going to take him, when do you take him?
Kansas City might take him. Or Philly.
That would suck.
Or Cincy.
That would suck.
Yeah.
We need to go to Arizona or something nondescript.
Right. Even the Giants, that'd be good.
Don't the Giants have like Abdul Carter? They've got
Yeah.
Thibodeau. They've
Yeah.
got Dexter Lawrence and one other guy. Picks in.
Okay, it's important. The Ravens made the pick, so they didn't trade it. And
I
of
think
course,
it's-
we're going to commercial.
I think it's
Because
going to be.
I called it. I called that the commercial.
Yeah, Trey Amos is going to be my guess who it is pick.
I would not be
Yeah.
unhappy with it. Wouldn't be unhappy. I'd probably be that much happier getting Swinson because I think the position is a little thinner.
I think they just need an edge player. They need to get a reset there.
How cool would it be if they suddenly found out they had a player in Adisa Isaac? It's something they really did not learn in that first year.
Yeah, didn't learn much on Tampa either, right?
Yeah, that's true. Or
I heard
Walker.
they absolutely love, just him as practice. They love him. Going to be a player.
You talking
So-
Tampa or Isaac?
TJ.
Sorry, I missed that. You're clicking in and out on
Oh.
us here.
I don't know if
that was TJ Tampa I
Mm-hmm.
was talking about.
I don't know if James made any headway on your opinion, Ken, but I at least appreciated hearing a little bit more positive thoughts on my boy Malachi Starks.
I have not heard the satisfying answer for why the production has been so bad throughout his college career.
I think that would take a deep dive to watch all of his tape and do your own, study on if those numbers are accurately given to him, and the reasons for it.
Jake, I got your back. I really like the pick. I like him as a player. So
But I mean, something that's just really simplistic to say. An immediate starter as a freshman at the University of Georgia. It's kind of like an immediate freshman starting at Alabama. It doesn't happen very often.
Gotcha.
on especially as talented as those Georgia teams were. I mean, how many drafted players have come out of those teams the last couple of years.
Looks like Spencer's trying to get back in here.
Oh, Spencer, how you doing, my friend?
Well, you're muted, Spencer.
All
I
right.
said doing well, just playing catch up. Came just in time for the Ravens pick.
There you go. We're kind of debating who it'll be. Swinson, Amos, Porter are thrown around. A lot of people want Mike Green, despite the fact we assume the reason he hasn't been drafted so far is a black dot reason. Alexander, the defensive tackle, nose tackle from Toledo, DTNT, would be a possibility. Shavon Ravel, Shamar Turner, and Norman Lott.
I'm fingers crossed for Porter, but there's a couple of those guys I'd be happy with.
Okay. Is this the pick right here? There's some hugging going on, or is this the last pick?
They've shown like 5 different families, Ken. I was thinking the same thing, but they've just went from one family to the next. I don't know.
Okay, get back to the damn stage. It's the Ravens pick here.
The Ravens get abused with the commercial curse. That's got to be on the bingo card, by the way.
If it were a drinking game, man.
Yeah, Jake, before you came, there was a Ken drinking game bingo card pitched, and then the comments went wild with everything they would put in there. It was about a crazy 5 minutes. We really lost our composure.
Oh, man.
All right. We appreciate all the loyalty of those listeners. Had some people send me stuff. The pick's going to be in about a minute here, but had some people send me it's from one of the major podcast sites. You can get how many hours did you listen to this podcast over the last year and what percentile rank are you? I don't know if you've seen
kind of
that.
like a Spotify Unwrapped type deal.
I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, some people had listened to the podcast for, 252 hours or something in the last year.
Wow.
Which I think means they're still missing some episodes, because I think there's about 350 hours of total content out there.
I listened to it on like 1.5 speed or 1.25 speed, so maybe that could be it.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of people doing that, by the way. I think there's a lot of people who listen to podcasts at 1.3. It's an aside here while we have the interminable wait for this pick to be announced. We're watching this British game show called Pointless. I don't know if any of you have ever seen it, but it's outstanding. You have to come up with you've seen it probably, right, James?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. It's a really good show. The theme of it is good. You have to come up with an answer that you don't think anybody who was polled among 100 people would have come up with.
Oh, that's funny.
Instead of the top answers. So if it's here's the pick coming out right now. Oh.
Ken, they just showed the draft room again, and you could definitely read some of the names on the.
Oh, I'm going back for that.
I saw something on Twitter about that, where it looked like the draft board was maybe last year's, the one in the background, but I could completely be wrong. That's just what I heard. I haven't been able to, freeze it and actually read anything.
They're so careful.
They are. I mean,
they're way too careful.
It doesn't make sense that they would actually let it be shown.
Yeah,
I'm not
Jason
listening
Brown
to
up
this.
there giving a eulogy.
Yeah. Mike Green from Marshall goes off the board to the Ravens in one of the truly shocking but exciting picks of the night.
Wow.
That
Holy!
I
that's great.
freaking love.
Whoa!
Wow.
Whoa!
They took the risk. That's great. That's
There
awesome.
not be a suspension
Wow.
involved in this, but
Wait.
that is
Oh man,
incredible
look,
value.
look how excited he is. He is bawling his eyes out. This is good. This is positive emotion right
Oh
here.
my God, that is so great.
Yeah.
Okay. If the Starks pick was about a 0.7 for me, meaning they got 70% of the value, this Green pick could
Has to
be
be over 1, right?
2.5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
huge
It's-
pick.
Wow.
Huge.
Love these Senior Bowl
Yeah,
highlights.
Oh man.
We're
My
we're
God,
riding the
this
Ken
is so
McCusick
great.
emotional roller coaster with this draft, guys.
they must have sent Bunkin McNulty to investigate this and find out that it's false.
Yeah.
All I know is all of the Ravens fans that complain on X about the Ravens not taking some guys with character issues, they have nothing to say right now.
Right.
There are people out there that for whatever reason want to really talk about that one, piece of it, and they act like it's a reason that the Ravens don't have the success that they used to have. That's a potential risk right there, and I think it's going to be well worth it. But we'll find out.
Okay, this is from the movie Inglorious Bastards, I think. Say what you will about the tenets of National Socialism, but at least Mike Green can rush the passer. I think I have that right. It was one of the lines by the German colonel or whatever he was.
That's
Is
exciting.
any idea why Watts hasn't been taken? I thought some suggested he might be like a top of the second round, probably not a late first rounder, but maybe top of the second into the mid second. What do you think made him fall?
I'm shocked that he has fallen this far. I think the only thing that would have me hesitate is he's not the greatest athlete. I mean, when you see him, he looks like a linebacker, not a free safety. And he tested a little slow. I think he ran like a 4.6 something in the 40.
RJ
but,
Harvey.
I mean,
That's right.
He plays free safety like a linebacker, but I don't know. I think the only thing is probably the testing metrics scare people.
I haven't heard much about Harvey. What did you guys have?
He's my number 15 running back. I had a lot of problems with him in terms of putting him any higher than that. But I can get into that if you want. But James, did you have anything to say about Harvey before I go into it?
No, but I want to come back to Mike Green as a football player because I've got a few things to say about him as a player.
Let's do that. Let's talk about the Ravens here. That's more important.
I think so for me, let's just take the character out of it for now because I don't think any of us can adequately assess what that is. And there'll be lots written and talked about him in the next few days, I'm sure. But make no mistake, Green is from he's a smaller school. He's a bit light in the pants, but he has a chance to be a premier pass rusher in the NFL and absolutely contribute double-digit sacks for a team in a season. Now, he's got to round out more into a more complete pass rusher, I think, with the moves he deploys. But man, some of his moves are lethal right now. He has some frightening explosion. His second and third step were the thing that really made him elite for me in terms of the way he closes after that first step. To the offensive line, to the offensive lineman, really keeps the O-line off balance. He uses his feet. He marries his feet with his hands really well. He's a serviceable run defender right now. He's not going to set the edge against bigger blockers. They're going to move him around, but you're going to want to sort of change the way you get into to play as a run defender and not sort of do that sort of traditional stuff. But the thing for me is he is absolutely worth a roll of the dice at this point if you can get okay with the character concerns there, and pulling the trigger on him. I think he goes straight into the pass rush rotation.
Of course,
and could absolutely contribute in a Super Bowl run here. This is the how high level of a pass rusher he is for me. And for me, he's on the same level as some of those guys who went in the first round. This is absolutely a top 10 to 15 talent who the Ravens have just drafted at the end of the second round.
It's my number 2 edge, and I'll give you some of the reasons here as we go through this. He has athleticism, by the way. Says he could be a Sam linebacker with a 4.57 40. It's an other thing. So jaundiced eye there, by the way, folks. But as happens with most college edge rushers, he didn't get a lot of time in coverage, period. Big context question coming from the Sun Belt. Here's one of the great things. His college missed tackle rate is a little high, but he makes up for it with an unbelievable number of defensive wins. It was 49-9 stops to missed tackles last year. So 5.4 to 1 is excellent, but 5.4 to 1 when your denominator is really high is outstanding. So he did it by, I mean, frankly, give me another 15 missed tackles with that, and I'll take the extra stops that come at a 5.4 to 1 trade-off with that. It's that good. Now, I will say, as a pass rusher, I thought he had a lot of cleanup in his game. I thought that, you watch the tape, there's a lot of him being second to the passer, or the guys in the Sun Belt are holding the ball a little bit too long after being blocked 12-6. But I think he does a good job with that. He's extremely bendy. Almost cartoonishly so. Explosive first step. That's really good. He has a good quickness to do 1 or 2 gap over on stunts. I don't think he'll ever be the underneath guy, but a 1 or 2 gap over guy. So if you think about it this way, he can rush to one side of the guard. He can even go to the other side of the center if he's lining up on the rush side from left tackle, or at the other, it wouldn't matter either side, to go to the other side of center or the other side of guard. He lined up off ball in some pass rush situations, which I think is interesting because that'll give the Ravens some options to get all 3 of their big time pass rushers now on the field at the same time, with Van Noy and Owe as well. So I like it. I said, my original comment on this was, sadly, he won't be an option at 27 as he should be gone in the first 20 selections. If he drops, they'll run up the card and he'll start his NFL career as a Sam and pass rush specialist. We'll see.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
I feel like the Ravens have a lot of cleanup sacks.
Oh yeah.
That fits in perfectly. I mean, it's not like Van Noy is a off the couch 10 sack guy on every team.
Yeah. They need to develop more first pressures. That is something this team needs.
That's where the interior defensive lineman is going to help in this draft. There's a lot of those guys that bring pass rush. Alexander's one of them. Norman Lott is one of them. Turner is one of them for sure. I like West. I was able to go back and watch him. I also like Jordan Phillips, even though he doesn't have the stats to back it up. He's kind of a one-trick pony, really just kind of a bull rusher. He might have had a spin move in one of the games I was watching that was at least solid. But for the most part, he's just going to be a bull rusher. Kind of a penetrating nose tackle instead of a pure 2-gapper is what I saw a little bit from him. But I do think he can also be a Michael Pierce replacement. He's just not the exact same kind of size and shape. But I'd be excited for any of those guys coming up. I don't know if you guys had any thoughts on those positions.
You're talking at 91 now. So it's
yes.
It
is.
Yeah. I'm just the other side of tonight. I love Phillips. I think he gives you some pocket morphing, and he gives you fantastic stops to miss tackle ratio. In fact, his is the best in the entire defensive line group career at 15.5 to 1. He made 59 out of 61 career tackles. He only had 2 misses. I wish it was more misses, frankly. Freakish weight room stats. He reportedly has squatted 665 and overhead pressed 365. So if we think back to Wide World of Sports when I was a kid, which none of you can do, but Wide World of Sports when I was a kid, Vasily Alexiev, does that name mean anything to you as a weightlifter? Well, he used to be on all the time on Wide World of Sports and lifting 500 pounds and up.
Yeah, I mean, he broad jumped 9 feet in the combine at 320 something pounds. So
312, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. I thought he was bigger than that. Maybe he lost weight.
He probably lost a little weight to run.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's just. I think he's Travis Jones all over again. Just going to be a stout run defender, give you a little just bull rush, pass rushing juice. And,
James,
I really like him.
Shamar
Shamar
Turner
Good player.
goes to the Bears.
I mean, the Bears are having a draft as far as I'm concerned with Loveland and Burden and now Turner. Those are all guys I
Mhm.
like.
Interesting. I missed
I
that
didn't love
Burden went to the Bears because a lot of people compared Burden's game to DJ Moore.
DJ Moore. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't love the Burden pick for them, but because I still think they need offensive line help. But
They picked up Trapillo as well, though, I think, didn't they?
They did.
Which was a nice pick.
Is somebody? I don't have this up in front of me because I got like a million screens going up in front of me. But does somebody have the draft ticker in front of them so we can actually go back and in what teams picked who?
Ken, just before you do that, if it's all right, I'm gonna. It's gone 2 a.m. here in the UK, so I'm gonna skip out here. But thank you all for just one final thought on Mike Green. The Ravens need quick pressure, like that's what they're looking for, and Green with his first step quickness, that upfield burst is frightening, and then the cornering as he gets to the edge, his bend and that finish, the finish he has with his athleticism, like he's a really great pick at that point if the Ravens can get good with his character. So, but thanks very much for having me on the stream, and I'm gonna leave you to it now, guys. Thanks.
It was great to have you, James. If you can join us for any part of tomorrow, we'd love to have you.
I may not be able to join you for tomorrow because there's a UK Ravens meetup in London as we are announcing a pick on day 3 live from London.
Cool.
So I'm going to be there for that. But
If
you
you
might
want
see
to
me at
take
some
your
point.
computer to that and have any of the, I'm serious, have any of the UK Ravens guys just drop in to say hi, we'd really appreciate that.
Oh yeah, of course I will do. Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you.
And
Great.
Omar Norman Lott just got picked by the Chiefs.
There you go. That's not a team you wanted to see him go to, I'm sure.
No. But good seeing you. I guess James is gone. But
Yeah.
Hey, Ken, I have the draft ticker up. Did you want me to go through the second round or?
No, it's just I'd like to see. First of all, I want to make sure that I have all the picks in case I potentially missed one. But I think I'm okay as of right now.
Okay.
But also I wanted to have the thing so for any team we could look back and say here's who the Bears drafted with their first 3 picks kind of thing.
Yeah, I've got it up as well, Ken. If you as that comes across.
Okay. All right, outstanding. Pick is in for the Eagles at 64.
I feel like had the Ravens not taken Green, that would have been the landing spot given their past draft history.
I was worried about Green going to the Chiefs or the Eagles.
Yeah.
Predictions for Shadur Sanders now that we're basically through the second round with no action.
I mean, if Cleveland gets him 3 picks
the-
from now, they look very smart.
yeah, Cleveland hasn't
Yeah.
taken a quarterback still, right?
Correct.
No, they haven't.
No, they
It's Cleveland and Pittsburgh. I mean, those are kind of the only 2 landing spots right now, right? Unless it's going to be a surprise.
Yeah.
And have the Jets gotten anyone?
I don't believe they've drafted anyone. They,
Yeah, they haven't
they have
drafted
Fields,
anybody.
right?
they have a
Justin
friend.
Fields.
Signed Justin
Yeah.
Fields for 2 years.
Still can't
2
believe that
years.
contract.
It's
2 for
low.
40.
Yeah, it's a good price. It's like no middle class of quarterbacks anymore, so you have to pay a lot.
Yeah.
I wonder what kind of deal Brock Purdy's going to get.
Okay, so are we in agreement that Swinson and Jackson should come off our list of targets for the next round, or Jackson, you'd still take him and take a second edge, or Swinson for that matter? I think if you take Jackson, you'd probably take Swinson.
Yeah, I would probably take edge off
Okay,
completely for now. Yeah.
I'll do
Really?
that. If you guys think differently about it, we'll just leave it on and we'll
My opinion is if a player falls too far and he is clearly the best player available, you take him because you don't know what injuries can happen, and you don't know for sure that the guy you already took is going to pan out. Because, I mean, look at all the double dips in Ravens history. I mean, especially at tight end. They don't have room for it, quote unquote, on the roster for a lot of these guys to double dip. But the second guy may end up being better than the first. You just, I don't know. Sometimes you got to take the value when it falls to you.
I'd leave Edge still on there. I certainly wouldn't rule it out.
Okay, I'm doing that per the other discussions. Let's see. Any safety? Do you take Watts if he falls all the way to 91? I'm going to say yes.
Sure.
I think you definitely consider it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
All
Because I
right.
mean, you can always do something with somebody. Like you could send someone like Ardarius.
Ardarius would.
He would go to,
on the
he
outs.
would possibly be shipped to another team for some sort of compensation.
Or just move to slot corner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean that's
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah. No, I think they would keep him on the team this year, but I think this would be his last year with the team. Yeah. But what do you think about running back at this point? I mean, after Derrick Henry, it worries me that they don't have a guy that you can really count on for 10 or 15 carries.
Oh,
on the
Makuba
team.
just got taken. Sorry. That's a big move.
Didn't the Eagles?
Makuba over Watts?
Makuba over Watts.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Wow.
No,
That
I guess
Phillies is scaring people away.
the Eagles didn't take a safety yet. It was the Seahawks that got Emanwari.
Correct.
Yep. Someone said in the chat, would you have rather Ezeraku and Watts, or are you happier with Starks and Green?
I mean, you know my pick, but Ken may be different, but I think Starks and Green is a slam dunk.
I mean, look, you think Starks is a better player than Watts clearly, and you think Green is better than Ezeraku.
Yeah,
And,
I mean,
and
there's
I don't have a problem with Starks and Watts are somewhat close, and Green is a it's all about how much risk there is with Green. That's all.
Sure.
That's where the question is. If the Ravens could have gotten to this point by two ways. They could say, we believe that Green is going to be basically not suspended in any meaningful manner, or they might have said that we think the risk of the suspension is it'll be both a short suspension and should only be one time, but he's going to need a handler at the NFL level after this has gone on, I think.
Mm-hmm. I will
So is it
say, I
just
mean, the
one accusation, or because I think is it just the one from high school, or is it something else that I might have missed?
No, it happened. Let's see. Something happened in high school, and thank you. They said Virginia signed him and made him sign a waiver saying they'd have a zero tolerance policy if anything happened again. Then something did happen again, supposedly. Virginia let him go. He sat out of football for a year. So he's the weird guy in this draft with a 1-year hiatus on his record. And then I think that was in 22. And then he came back, played Marshall in 23 and 24 and was outstanding. So nothing has happened at Marshall.
Yeah.
Nothing's happened since at least 21, I think.
we definitely don't know that the NFL is correct on this, but they did give you an answer already on that question of Ezeraku, Watts versus Starks, Green. In the fact that Watts isn't picked yet, Ezeraku didn't get picked in the first round. He got picked in the second. So you'd be losing some sort of value in terms of where other teams would be interested in taking those players if you took the flip. That doesn't mean that you would be wrong for taking the other thing, because their careers could end up indicating that the NFL was wrong. I'm just saying that's the current situation.
No, that's a good data point. Just the market is speaking to some degree.
Yeah, that is always look at markets if possible. And I think you're right. I think it's hard for me not to be above the watermark now in terms of how good I think the Ravens draft has been overall. I'm so excited about getting a player like Green at this point. Nikki, I think you're wrong there about the Big Lebowski. I mean, the quote is about the National Socialist Party, and I think it's Franz or whatever who says it at some point during that movie. I'm trying to remember it.
Yeah. Oh, so we kind of got sidetracked a little bit, but I was also asking, what do you think about running back in the third? Ken, you got Dylan Sampson as your number 2 running back. I'd have Omarion Hampton over him. I really like Hampton, but I think Sampson is definitely, right up there with the 2 Ohio State running backs. I think he'd be a real nice 3rd-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I stand corrected, by the way. It was Darius Alexander taken.
Good player, and the 3rd round makes a lot of sense with his age. I think they're getting a strong player. He might not be worth it on his 2nd contract, but I think the Giants are having a decent draft. I don't know what everybody thinks about Jackson Dart and all of that, but solid player there.
Yep.
Mm.
Brandon, how do you fit the running back on the roster here with Ricard still on the roster? Do you go Hill, Henry, Keaton, and Ricard and cut Ali to get this potential draft pick on?
Yeah, I mean, if you take a running back this high, I definitely think Ali's gone, and I think that puts it puts Mitchell right in kind of the borderline of being on the roster, as well. Like I worry, and I've always kind of worried about him at like 180-pound running backs. Just there's not a track record hardly at all for them in the NFL of having any success. I mean, the guy in Miami, A-Chain is that's like been the exception of being a decent running back. So you worry about him being able to hold up, and then and right now, like, the Ravens don't have a guy that I'd feel comfortable giving the ball to 10 or 15 times if Henry were to go down for any kind of extended period.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's not like Hill or Mitchell or those guys.
Yeah.
Ashton, I don't know if it's Guillotte or what. He got picked by the Chiefs, an edge out of Louisville.
And Cleveland put in their pick quite quickly. Again, always question if that's production or reality, but I wonder if that's them running in the card for Shedeur.
That could be. Ashton Gelati is somebody I had going in the 4th round.
Okay.
I didn't think he was in the class with a lot of the other guys who are still on the board. Josiah Stewart, Kyle Kennard, Ivy, Birch, I have ahead of him. So not to mention Swinson, Uman and Jackson. So this is a big one for the Browns here. It would kind of sting a little bit if they got Shedeur at number 67. I'm still not saying he's the answer, but it would sting that they got out of this problem, or at least a temporary solution with such a low draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a temporary solution. It's more like a chance to solve their problem.
I welcome Shedeur Sanders to come into the crappy weather of the AFC North to any team except ours.
It would be really fun to hear him after a game badmouth his coach and basically say, my dad would have never made me do that kind of thing. Sure, it won't happen, but it would be funny.
Yeah.
All right, I really want to not have a spoiler on the Caps score tonight. So if anybody knows it, please don't stick it in the comments. But I will take an Orioles score. If anybody knows what happened to the Orioles so far tonight, I'd love to know.
I think the
Postponed.
Game got postponed.
Ken.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yep.
It's a split doubleheader tomorrow, I think.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Ken, what are your brief thoughts on the O's?
Underwhelmed so far. The not being able to hit a left-hander thing is just a nightmare, and it really looks like the big bats versus left-handed pitching that they needed, which was Rushman last year, and it was supposed to be O'Neill, but are sorely not up to the task. And the Orioles, I mean, every time they face a left-hander, they make him look like Cy Young.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Also seems like the young offensive talent just isn't playing that well.
Right.
And
Right.
it seems like they're being carried by some of the vets more so, but a little disturbing. I know it's a small sample size and baseball takes time. But I didn't expect the pitching to be world beating, but I did expect a better output from a combination of the young core, the stars.
I would agree with that, Matt. For one comment, you're off camera right now. I think your camera might have
Oh, there we go.
flipped it up. Okay. I don't disagree with that. It's a very bad thing that Mullins is leading the Orioles in basically every offensive category. That's not
Yeah.
a good thing at all.
Yeah.
But
I think it's good how good he's been. I think he's been really good, but
that's fine. They don't really have any of his future in their plan.
well,
Right.
true.
So they might sign him or they might not. But it's kind of like having your fourth year player have a breakout season, but without the comp pick.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here's the Browns selection. Yeah, I love it when they hand it over to her in the middle of day 2 for the 3rd round. Here, I'm going to go home, get some sleep. My secretary will take over. I'm sure that's not who she is, but oh, Harold Fannin, that is a pretty decent value there for him. But it's not Shedeur. Harold Fannin was the very first player in FBS history to ever win his league MVP as a tight end. There've been 25 years or so of FBS play, maybe 12 to 15 conferences per year. I really don't know that number exactly. So it's been something like 300 to 375 opportunities for a tight end to win it. And he's the first.
Hey, Ken, can we briefly talk about potential Mark Andrews or Isaiah Likely trade at this point? What are the group's thoughts here?
Yeah,
I think an Isaiah Likely trade, that ship has sailed here, at least for tonight. I mean, I would think they would want at least a second round pick, and we're obviously past that point. So I don't see where the value would be at this point.
Agreed on Likely.
I would say at some point, Baltimore could consider 2026 value for Andrews. That's a big risk. It really depends on if a tight end falls to him this year and they decide to pull the trigger, then they could trade Andrews for future value instead of something in this draft.
Yeah, I think that both of them will be on the roster this year at this point. They're going all in for the Super Bowl. I think the green pick probably one of those where it's like, okay, we're really going for it. We're overlooking the off-field issue to take a really talented player. Let's go all in.
Darian Porter off the board to the Raiders.
Good play.
That hurts, but he's a Raiders kind of player with all that
Yep.
speed and size.
Speed and length.
Yeah, speed kills. Yeah.
I was going to say I really like Fannin, so I don't like that pick for us. I think that really helps Cleveland. He might be the heir apparent to Njoku, even though they're very different style tight ends. He just might be the guy that ends up taking over as their receiving threat tight end for him.
This is interesting as the
Throwing them
board
the
is
ball
playing.
at this point, though.
Yeah, that's, I mean, they got Flacco,
Sorry,
right?
Ken. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah.
We got to start assembling a third round for the Ravens here. But this is one of the interesting things is most of the talent now, it seems to be, from the way I'm looking at it, is at wide receiver, a couple remaining corners. I like Noel Williams, who's my number 10 corner out of Cal. I think he led the country in interceptions with 7, but he does some other things very well in terms of spacing himself, even as an underneath defender. I like the edge guys. I really don't want to draft an inside linebacker as early as round 3, but a lot of the defensive line talent is quickly evaporating, with Phillips being the only guy I think is right priced at this point. I had a reason for having Broughton, and I misspelled that, but Broughton's so high on my board, but I can't reconstruct it right now. I think he ought to be lower.
It almost feels like the offensive tackles of last year, where there was a ton of offensive tackles, but next thing you know, the Chargers picked the top tackle, and then they all just started falling off the board, and then we started getting pretty nervous because it was Joe Alt, I believe, and then you could see him coming, and what everyone thought was, oh, there's a million tackles. Next thing you know, the Ravens didn't even get one in the first round.
Yeah.
Can I have one more guy I would mention at the end of the third round as a defensive tackle that's not on your list there? It's Peebles. Anias Peebles. His size doesn't really scream day 2 player, but he's right below. He's a little bit further down there.
Right.
I think he's a heck of a pass rusher and plays bigger than his size for sure. Very interesting player. And I could see a team being interested in him at the end of the third round. So
Kyle Williams off the board of the Patriots.
It's good. He's a good player. They need receiving talent.
Yeah.
Desperately.
We don't need tight end, but I do really like Gunnar Helm.
He's a guy who just cannot stay out of his own way. Every first down is like the biggest play that was ever made. He's a high gesticulator. He's a very poor blocker. And he I'm sorry, that's not right. It's a stiff arm. That's what it was. He tries this like ship's front end masked stiff arm that it looked like the Heisman Trophy pose, except he never moves his arm,
right?
Kind of thing. He just runs down the field like that. He finally threw somebody out of the way as he was running down towards the goal line. Got stopped anyway, but he turned back around, pointed at the guy, and got flagged for 15 yards. So you see every touch he's had the whole season in the just the tape stuff, not just the highlights. It includes his penalties too, and so it included that one. The other thing he's had a big problem with is holding penalties. So I think there's enough there as a receiver that he belongs pretty high on the tight end list, but I don't honestly love him in terms of his on-field comportment.
Ken, can you define gesticulator or whatever the word was that
you
used?
A gesticulator is like me. It makes a lot of hand movements while we're speaking.
Okay. Yeah. That's probably one for the bingo card. Just noting that.
Are there any?
That's a suit.
Are there any interior offensive linemen that you would still like today?
Wyatt Milam, Bo, Wilson.
Bo,
I think any of those in round 3. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I agree. I think we could start adding those guys.
Is anyone worried? I saw this in the chat about an hour ago. Is anyone worried that there's not going to be any backup tackle people available? Like by the time we actually take a tackle, it might not even be someone we'd trust. Might have to be someone who would go inside.
Yeah, be very concerned about that. And I think, right now it could be Falele moving back out to tackle, which would be, to my mind, a big mistake. The other guy they had in the building to try and sign, Isaac Tassaw off the board much earlier than I expected. But he's was my sleeper guys for day 3. That is a shame.
Big guy, 6'3" and a half.
Plays really like a tight end. He's got an amazing ability to get to the football, amazing want to get to the football wherever it is, anywhere within range of his body. Goes to the ground, goes way up in the high in the air, not afraid of taking hits. really impressive receiver there, and I'm not surprised he got a little bit. There was a reach pick for him or a above consensus pick, I'll call for it, to take him. But I would have thought 4th or 5th round for the Ravens, that would have been a pretty exciting player to get. And a lot of people pronounce his name Tesla because, hey, it's easier, but I think it's Teslaw.
Mm-hmm.
What's the nationality of that name, Ken? Do you know offhand?
No, I don't.
It's funny. Each year you see names, and you probably see 50 names that last names you've never heard of before. I mean, there's just so many last names out there.
Out of the inside backers, are any of them guys that you would consider a value at 91? Paul?
Ken, I think you're muted again.
There we go. Somebody's bingo card is getting fuller. But I think all of those guys are decent value in round 4, and there's too little of a difference in terms of the grade off. But Paul is the one guy who has outstanding stops to miss tackles.
Is there any inside linebacker, Ken, you like who can drop in coverage and be more competent than a lot of the players the Ravens have been running out there over the past few years?
Let me take a look. I mean, I really looked at that for the edge more than at the inside linebacker position, but let me see who I like there. That's not Jack Kaiser's game, not really.
Mm-hmm.
Bossa is kind of a crappy coverage record. Lindenberg is not a particularly great coverage guy. Oh, I know who it is. Smile Mondon.
Yeah.
He's the guy.
Smile Mondon, Georgia boy.
There you go.
He is a 4-star probably inside linebacker that really was supposed to be one of the next big guys. Once again, kind of a situation. Michael Williams obviously did enough at Georgia, was enough of a star, even though the production wasn't necessarily there, that he got picked where he got picked yesterday. Smile Mondon, on the other hand, wasn't a consistent starter. He very much got put in a rotation this past year. In 2023, I think you saw him play more with what's his name? He went to Kentucky after Georgia and was more of a thumping linebacker. I don't think he had a strong 2024 at all. It's okay. I'll think of the name later. But anyways, Mondon he is a very athletic, kind of lean inside backer that has some good coverage skills, and that's what they would bring him on the field for. So on day 3, I think he'd be an interesting addition and certainly can do what Chris Board did.
Yes, that's exactly the position.
He would have no problem doing that, and I think he has the pedigree to do it at a higher level.
Mondon has been a very good tackler. His stops to miss tackle ratio is quite good at 7.7 to 1. If this were last year, I think that'd be the second best in the entire inside linebacker group. This year, there's probably 2 or 3 guys ahead of it. He has the best coverage metrics in the metrics in class and 3rd best in stops to miss tackle ratio. He would be a round 6 or round 7 guy, possibly even a priority UDFA. I do think he'll get drafted. I've seen him too often in mocks.
I think he'll get drafted probably starting in round 5. That'd be his early spot. But I for sure think he'll get picked.
Jake, I can picture you at the age of 90, just talking about Georgia football endlessly from start to finish in the retirement home, and just you're going through every year in succession.
Yep. Talking to my grandkids about the 2021 Bulldogs.
It's a big year.
Sure.
It was a huge year. Defense was awesome.
And how that free safety went on to your favorite pro team and became a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, free safety, but the free safety was 2022, not 2021, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Because Starks was only a 3-year player at Georgia, 22, 23, 24. So he was part of that second team. but not part of the first natty that they brought home with Kirby Smart.
Vernon Broughton, another part of this 1-3 duo from Texas, who is now off the board. But he's a guy I probably should have had a little bit lower on my board, but I'm actually kind of happy that he's taken here, despite the fact that it takes another defensive lineman off. I think he's not exactly the ideal player for the Ravens in the third round. I think Phillips would be a better choice.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. When I went through and found some tape for Phillips, I liked him a lot. Initially, he just wasn't on my list of players I had tape of. But after watching, I think he'd be my number 11 defensive lineman. I think he was your number 10. So yeah, we see him very similarly now. I really like him. And
he is the one that he is the last. He is the 10th little Indian from the movie, not any kind of a racial slur here, folks.
Yes. And I will say, though, I liked Peebles a lot. Peebles, I believe, was my 10, and he's way down on your list because of the kind of size and maybe fit for Baltimore. But I do like Peebles a lot. But Phillips is a really good fit.
One of the interesting guys, Landon Jackson, that is terrific value at 72 for Landon Jackson to Buffalo. That sucks.
Yeah.
Okay. Just terrific value. But Swinson's still on the board.
It would be great if Lee Evans dropped the card, right?
I was going to say, that looked like Lee Evans. That was him?
Yeah, that was him.
Jake, how'd you become a Ravens fan? Are you from Georgia?
So I moved around a lot as a kid. I actually lived in Baltimore in 90s, I want to say like 96 through like 2000. So I was really young. But that was the first place I lived that I have some really still vivid memories of. So I was a Ravens fan immediately. I lived in Finksburg area.
Finksburg, okay.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's where Voss's new restaurant is. We just went out there a couple nights ago to eat.
Yeah, I don't get up to Baltimore nearly enough. We don't have any family living there, and some of my family friends, my parents' friends, moved to Delaware, and they still see them a decent amount. But yeah, been a Ravens fan since then, and moved to Georgia right after Maryland. Didn't have any real college football interest at that young of an age, and became a Bulldogs fan down here, and have lived in Georgia longer than in any other state.
There you go. How about Logan Brown of Kansas? Do we want to have him on? I mean, he's 6 college seasons he's played, so he's an older guy.
I think the Ravens can afford to be a little bit short-sighted with someone like that if they think that it brings a high floor quicker, right? Like they're in win now mode for the next 3-4 years, right? So if you bring in a player who's a bit older but you think can really help you over the next 4 years, it's kind of hard to argue with that in the third round.
Azareye'h Thomas just got picked.
It's a big pick.
The Jets, very good player.
Yeah.
Has the kind of size and length that the Ravens really covet on the outside.
Yeah, good size too. 6'1.5". The corner Porter, where we were unsure of the height when we had a couple different readings, the NFL Network said he was, I think it was 6'2" and 7/8 or something like that. Still massive for a corner.
Azareye's a tick slow in terms of his speed. At 458 is kind of the percentile rank drops off very quickly through the 4.5s in terms of where you are.
Somebody that had a slower 40 last year, and I hate always bringing things back to Georgia.
TJ Tampa?
No, not Tampa. The Houston Texans drafted him.
Oh, wow.
Hold on one second.
Okay, well, while he's looking for that, Thomas last year allowed 4.3 yards per target and opposition passer rating of 50.2. So, and he was almost never targeted. One snap, one coverage, one target every 10.8 coverage snaps.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I had a brain fart, couldn't think of his name, and then remembered Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
yeah.
A strong corner
Yeah.
from Georgia, was not a great tester. I was kind of up and down on him after going through his tape, and he had a great rookie year for Houston. So that might bode well for the Jets in getting Thomas, but you never know with corners that are around that 4.6 range.
So we really don't need to worry about this in terms of Thomas specifically, but one of the notes I have about him is that if you have Wiggins on one side and Thomas on the other, you're really highly incented not to let your opponent dictate the matchup they want. And yet the Ravens almost always play fixed sides. Do you think we could see the Ravens doing more traveling this year if they end up with, say, TJ Tampa being their starting opposite side cornerback with Humphrey playing, the bulk of snaps, say, in the slot?
I think that the Ravens would be open to traveling a little bit if Wiggins gets to that level. But I don't think that they're necessarily going to swap both of those guys just moving around sides just to try to avoid a matchup. It doesn't seem like something that the Ravens do very often, but having one corner follow a particular receiver obviously can bump out a corner from a spot, but I think that's the only logical scenario. Either Humphrey or Wiggins can do some of that, but the Ravens really like to stick to their sides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't seen him do it in so long, and they may have some favorite shoulderitis too going on there that Wiggins may like to play over that shoulder. He certainly seemed to find the football very effectively, even though he didn't catch it that well in his rookie year. But he found it very well.
Ken, if Rebel's off the board here, what corners are you looking for to be around and be of value to you at our pick here at the end of the third?
The other guy I like is Noel Williams. I'd be fine with him being the guy. He led, I believe, the entire country in interceptions for corners with 7.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got to look again at Bryant and Parrish and Strong and some of these other guys to figure out some of the low guys. Riley is a guy. Quincy Riley is a guy a lot of people like. And Huzzy has outstanding statistics as well. His coverage metrics were outstanding. I have to go back and find the reason why I didn't like him as a corner to have him so low. But I know from looking at the charts, it was really outstanding.
I not for the third round, but I'm kind of surprised you don't have Za Frazier from UTSA on your list here, Ken.
It needs this entire list needs to be tremendously supplemented for day 3. So the process is I'm trying to go through about what the consensus top 25 are to try and pick my top 10 and then a few honorable mentions from that. And after that, I at defensive line, I tried to order them as well as I did, for example, but I have Desmond Watson, for example, as what number guy is he on my list? And the ideal.
He's the giant man.
23rd, right. I don't really believe that he's the 23rd best interior defensive lineman in this draft. It's just, that's how I related him because people wanted to talk about Watson. I knew that, and I thought it'd be fun to have him as part of the IDL show.
Yeah. No, I hear you, and there's no way I expect you to have all 200 something guys who have declared, but just strikes me as your sort of profile. He's built like a pterodactyl, great speed, great production, really limited snap count though. That's the weird thing.
I want to leave this as something for people who are in the chat to go is please give me a list of some people that you like for day 3 that I don't have at all on my list. That's where we're trying to get. Pat Bryant of Illinois is gone. And this is not Bryant, the wide receiver, right? This is Bryant, the wide receiver.
Bryant, the wide receiver.
Yeah. Okay, because there is a corner also. Okay. Holy mackerel, that Illinois quarterback looks like he's shot putting the ball every throw.
Yeah.
Just a horrible arm.
That's former Ohio State quarterback, right? Kyle McCord.
Isn't McCord at Syracuse?
Oh, Syracuse. Okay, yes,
Yeah.
yes, you're right.
Same jersey.
Same exact thing.
Yeah.
I got confused. Syracuse is, I believe that's Ken's alma mater. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, so he knows them in depth, I'm sure.
I know I bear really no allegiance to sports teams. Even when I was there, it was it was an unpopular contrarian factor that I was always a big Maryland fan.
Mm.
Ken, where are you from originally? Are you from downtown?
Baltimore, born and raised. I grew up in North Baltimore,
Okay.
about a mile from the stadium.
Okay.
'49ers at number 75. I'd say it doesn't seem like it. I mean, it seems like this is going very rapidly because this is a good conversation, but Nick Martin of Oklahoma State off the board. Okay, first guy who is not on my board at all to be taken is at number 75. I assume this is inside linebacker.
5'11", 221. I know those linebackers are getting small,
Wow,
but man, that seems.
That is short. Yeah.
I mean, that's like Bernard Pollard. I mean, I know the game's different, but
So normally there's somebody like the Raiders will surprise me with a pick, and it'll be before pick 75 that they go completely out into left field.
I mean, the Raiders had like a 10-year period of drafting that was just ungodly. I mean, they didn't even have a first-round pick that they could keep for more than a year or two.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone know much about this guy, Nick Martin?
I like their draft so far. I don't know much about Nick Martin at all, but I do know a thing about Michael Williams, and I know a thing about Alfred Collins. So I think they're doing all right.
Yeah. There's just so many players. Like, I mean, how do you just watch a ton of college football, and that's what does it for you?
Yeah, I mean, Ken's watched so many of these guys in more depth this draft cycle. But yeah, I mean, I watch a lot of college football, and I like to pick a position group or two to really key in on each off season. And this year it was defensive line for me.
Do you think that there is a lot of interior defensive line depth still left, or do you think a lot of that's been eaten up already?
I think there's still plenty. Yeah,
Okay.
there's going to be good players on day 3 without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
It's thinning out. I mean, there's been a lot of guys taken because it's such a strong class, but there's plenty of guys that can fill the depth chart. Maybe not all of them are going to be starters. Not that many of them are going to be special players at this point, but there are plenty of guys that can maybe be a Broderick Washington plus still.
Right.
Siobhan Revel off the board.
Oh wow!
Well, finally. Yeah.
Good player.
Yeah.
Jerry dancing in the draft room.
What do you guys think about the running backs available? Even though I don't want to go running back in 3rd round, just kind of talk out some guys you think might go 4th round here.
If the Ravens could get Sampson in the 4th round, that would be awesome. I wouldn't mind seeing him get drafted in the 3rd, but if they could get him in the 4th, that would be great. I mean, he's a kind of more or less a Justice Hill type guy, smaller, quick, very fast breakaway runner. So yeah, he's
Prince,
he's a nice one. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
Princely Uman Mielen off the board here.
Yes, and when you walked out, Siobhan Ravel also got picked.
Oh, okay. I think I'm okay with that.
hmm
Yeah, is there a stylistic type that you guys would consider adding at running back in this year's class? I mean, the running back class is so deep, and the Ravens have lots of picks. I think they would consider drafting a guy, even though at least I believe they are set. They have 3 running backs I really like. And I'm not including Ali in that. I think Mitchell is going to be significantly better this year. And obviously Derrick Henry and Justice Hill are awesome in what they did last year.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about like Scatabo, Giddens, Caleb Johnson? I know Sampson is so high on Ken's list.
Yeah. I really like Martinez out of University of Miami. I think that he's a nice one cut slash type runner that he's very balanced. He doesn't have great breakaway speed, but I think he's a very solid back. He's somebody that can get you the tougher yards, running inside type, and a nice complement to what you have already.
You said Scatabo. That's who you like?
Oh no, Martinez.
Martinez. Okay.
Damian Martinez out of Miami. Yeah, I'm not a big Scatabo fan. I don't know why. It's like he was a great college player. I don't know if he's gonna be able to just be that true power runner that he was in college, be that in the pros.
A lot of the guys coming out at running back, I mean, there's a big dispersion in age, but there are a lot of them who are 21 still, and Martinez is one of those, which I like. And he's already had good but not great missed tackles forced of 0.26, but that's just average really. But his Yaka was 451 this last year, so there's got to be some really big plays happening after contact at some point. He's never had more than 16 carries in a college game. Oh, and he's the one who had 179 yards rushing. He'll never forget this fact in the Pop-Tarts Bowl versus Iowa State. I guess maybe the philosophical question at running back is the better one. And we'll start with you, Brandon, on this is are you ready to just give up on Ali immediately on this? Because that's really, if they draft a running back, he's the first guy to go.
I don't think Ali's a NFL running back.
Okay.
Yeah, or kick returner. I just don't think he has much value to the roster at this point, or really, he's just not an NFL player to me. I had some hope last year. I thought he was, he had decent speed, and things can happen. But yeah, I don't see him finding a role in the NFL.
Did anybody else differ in that opinion? I'm basically right there with Brandon on that. Anybody else feel that Ali deserves a chance?
I'm the same way. I don't think Ali is stopping me from taking a running back.
The only disagreement would be on semantics of, I think he is an NFL player, but the definition of just a guy, that will bounce around practice squads has a place for a couple years, but I'm not losing sleep over losing him.
So, do you think it's worth the risk just cutting him and offering a practice squad spot and see what happens?
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah,
I'd say
get into camp.
Give him a shot in camp. Yeah, you have nothing to lose, with him in camp, even if you draft a running back. But I think the chances of him, if the Ravens draft a running back, I think his chances of making the roster is pretty much zero.
I didn't miss the Swinson pick sometime when I left the room, right? Because everybody, I mean, There's 15 other edges that looks like are off the board right now. 14 others.
I don't
No.
think Swinson's
Yeah.
been picked.
No, he hasn't been picked.
And Ravella's gone. So we need to start making ourselves a new list. I guess it's from among these names we have here. Anybody like Logan Brown of Kansas at offensive tackle?
I liked what's his name?
They all hold. I don't like any of them.
Former defensive lineman there.
Yeah.
You hate centers the worst of all because they're a bunch of cheap shot
No,
artists.
They're the worst. Yeah. Centers are the worst.
Is there any feeling that while he sits as a swing tackle his rookie year, that Brown would be able to kick inside to left guard?
He doesn't have your typical build for a guard. He doesn't have the pear shape. He's like a solid top to bottom guy like Michael Orr. So I 6'6", 311, that would be very lean actually for a guard. Does have long arms, so I would think if you're gonna put him at one of the two guard spots, I might even say right guard would be the way I'd go with that. But I don't know that I could say enough about his feet to know if he could have the get out and get going you need to have from left guard to pull. They can usually teach that. I mean, the Ravens' footwork, particularly during the Coach D years, was just outstanding.
The Texans just selected Jalen Knoll out of Iowa State. I think he fits in their offense as a little bit of a gadget player that can do some of the things that Tank Dell has done. And obviously, Dell has suffered so many injuries, a really catastrophic one again this past year. So it makes sense that they're trying to rebuild their receiving weapons for Stroud.
Yeah.
Wow, teammates. They got both of them. Wow. That should at least help, with the chemistry already being there. And they will have a buddy learning the playbook.
They got Higgins also?
Yes, they have Higgins and they took Knoll.
Huh.
Mm.
Yeah, they're way behind the picks now, obviously. There's a new one. Justin Wally of Minnesota. A second new name for the night. I think maybe a slot corner.
Did you give it the color as well?
Oh, no, I didn't do that. Thank you.
Yep.
And somebody else did. Maybe I missed the color on a previous player too. No, that was Martin. I did give it the color. We've had 1, 2, 3 picks today by the Browns, 1 by the Ravens. That's 4. None by the Steelers, and 2, meaning 6 picks by the AFC North. And then I have us for I think 42 other picks. So it's 48 picks today made. Would take us through 80. Yep, 33 through 80. Okay, so we got the board filled out properly, I think. So that means I didn't miss Swinson. Swinson's still available. Definitely on my list.
Mm-hmm.
We got 10 picks to go now. I think maybe with 6 picks to go, we make our list again.
Yeah. I'm sure you got to put Watts right at the top here.
Yeah. How the hell is this happening?
Yeah, I'm shocked by this one. Yeah. And I think I almost think you probably need to take him just as DPA is still there.
Dylan Fairchild, the guard from Georgia.
Yeah, go Dogs. Good player.
Didn't see that coming.
I thought he would go between 3rd and 4th round, but it is a little bit earlier than I expected.
The Georgia interior offensive lineman, I have a feeling they're all good. And they're all draftable players this year, but that group is so well coached in terms of how they
Mhm.
hand off stunts and pick
Yeah.
up blitzes that I wonder when they put them in a different environment where they're having to play with other players,
Sure.
is it going to work out as well?
Right. Yeah, I mean, watching the defensive line group and having many games against Georgia, um, it was rare to see many wins against that interior offensive line, which speaks to their coaching for sure. The pedigree. I mean, they're showing right here he was a wrestler.
Yep.
That's always a good thing.
Yep. That is a good thing. I usually associate that with short arm defensive linemen as do more with less. Okay. I'm sorry. We're not keeping up with the stream the way we should be here.
Somebody was asking if you could expand on your Excel sheet how many players are on the screen.
Let's see.
Shaftington said that.
Yeah, let me see if there's a way to do that. Maybe there is by displaying a ribbon at the top somehow. Somebody who knows Excel better than I do probably could tell me how to do that.
You can zoom
I
out.
could do that.
Oh, you can zoom out a little bit by the slider
Oh,
at the
sure.
bottom right of the screen.
Yeah. Okay, sure. I could do that.
Not too much,
Okay,
because
so-
then we won't be able to see them. But
Right. I know it's a trade-off, right? But let me try it at that level just for a little while so people can get a look at all the players and then suggest additional day 3 players who I don't have there. There are a few names at the bottom here that go beyond 20. You'll notice that the defensive line in particular has guys up to 24. But if you get the names there, Felton, Horsley, Barrow, Watson, and Hamilton, if you get those names, they're names you don't have to consider, and then everyone else is in the top 20. You can see it now. Yeah, I should have thought of the zoom first, but there's some way to make the ribbon at the top smaller, so you don't have to. I don't know how to do it exactly, but there is some way to do it.
Did Pittsburgh take a quarterback?
They haven't drafted yet, have they?
No, they
No.
haven't drafted yet.
So they
Yeah.
still have only had one pick. Okay, they might be taking Shadur here.
I would have to think this is his
I would
floor.
be
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't get picked here.
We're gonna have a big "I told you so" from Sam tomorrow, if that's the case.
Ken, what were your thoughts on Caleb Johnson?
I did have some negatives, which is why I had him as low as 5. Let me go. Career workload was just average. Pass blocking is a disappointment for his size at 6'1", 224. He had a decent career as a receiver, particularly in his final season at Iowa. He was pretty good. But he had almost 40% of his receiving yards into one 72-yard screen catch versus Nebraska. By the way, that play, if you look at it, it's the very first play of the game against Nebraska. He had 5 missed tackles on the play. It's kind of like a beast mode Marshawn Lynch carry. I did say Ravens would probably have to reach to get him in round 2. He's one of several options who could fall to them at number 91. And that's a question of par versus value there. So I'm indicating via my own notes that I thought he was value at 91. Kevin
Right.
Winston, the safety from Penn State, big injury flag, but that seems to be really good value for him.
Yeah,
Is
he was a
Watts
player.
still there?
As far as
He
I
is.
know.
Watts is still here.
All right, I keep thinking I missed it somewhere.
Does
So
anybody
Watson and
have-
Swinson are 2 huge ones. All right.
Anybody have the full picks pulled up on their screen?
Spencer, did you say you had that?
Kevin
yeah, I have to get back to it now, though. I've moved beyond
Sorry.
it at this point. I'll bring it back.
and Kevin Winston just went. over Watts.
I definitely think as you said, Ken, the market's kind of speaking on the Watts front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is that's holding him back? Is it just it's got to be more than just a poor 40 time?
It's an instincts position. So if somebody's using the 40 time against them, they're fools.
Right. Especially with Kyle Hamilton in recent memory.
Yep. I'd like to see it be one of these guys. These are just the pink guys. There's nothing. Oh, I left Peebles out. I'm sorry. I just don't think he's worth it at 91. Do you include him at 91, Jake?
Yes, I would. Let's see who's still available. Yeah, I would put him on the list for sure.
Eight picks to get through, including the Steelers, who may be drafting a quarterback. So that would be.
I mean, certainly Phillips kind of pleases both of us, where Peebles is more my cup of tea, but I like both of them like neck and neck. So I would have no problem saying Phillips over Peebles. But I think we should keep him on the short list.
Okay. 10 guys. Is this somebody who coached for the Steelers as well and got a couple of rings? Caleb Johnson goes off the board to the Steelers. So they didn't take Shadur.
Wow.
Oh, wait a minute. Wrong color.
Did anyone hear that the Steelers had talked to Aaron Rodgers and they know his position? They know if he's going to commit to join them or not. But I don't think he's going to sign until after the draft. I heard someone mention that today, or maybe I saw a tweet somewhere. So I wouldn't be surprised.
That's been the assumption. Yeah.
Right. So it seems
that's been the assumption. Yeah, but I mean, is Aaron Rodgers at this point worth not taking a quarterback, in the third round? I mean, especially Shador, who, many consider a first or second, at worst a second round pick, going and not taking him here is, I don't think you do that just because you're signing Aaron Rodgers.
No, I would agree with you. I think that he has a certain daddy tax on him, though. I really don't think anyone wants Coach Dion looking over, your shoulder as the head coach, and I think that's going to hold him back.
The next big chance for him to be drafted, I think, would be 89. I think it is to the no, it's 90 to the Rams.
90 to the Rams. Rams is exactly what I was going to say.
Or 94 to Cleveland is a possibility.
Seattle could be a
possibility. And then two Las Vegas picks after Minnesota too are a possibility. Jacob Parrish, cornerback, goes off the board. Mostly, it's been very chalky in terms of the cornerback picks, I've got to say. But this is Wally and Parrish have been the two kind of that have been. Yeah, Parrish is not that far off, but Wally was.
I think a lot of people like Parrish. Kansas State has some good history when producing DBs.
Yeah, Kansas has two guys this year, Bryant and
5'9" and 3/4. He's a little bit smaller.
Kansas City trades. I'm in land here, even though it's 6 picks before Baltimore. Concerned about who they might be picking.
Do they have their safety yet?
They do not. They have gone Josh Simmons, Omar Norman Lott, and Ashton Gott. So line and edge to this point.
Yeah, Watts would be a good bet.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense here. And it doesn't really snipe the Ravens because I don't think that they're considering safety, even though he's such a good value.
Noel Williams of Cal. This is the corner that was my number 10 guy who led the NCAAs in interceptions for corners.
How do you feel about Bryant? Is he in play or not for the Ravens?
Let me see, what was my reason for dropping him out of the top 10? So I think I did this show with Coach DC, and he liked him more than I did. Having a hard time managing the windows here. There you go. Okay.
Throwing across his body for a pick six. Speed is solid, but not burning.
Right. Okay. Now I remember the guy now. So Kobe Bryant is a very tall, lean corner. Kind of reminds you of Chris McAllister, maybe in terms of his frame size, 6'0", 180. A very average speed at 453. Definitely not a burner, but did not have a good yards per target season this last year. Had a much better season in terms of interceptions, and the opposition passer rating was only 62.7. He has a few too many penalties. And his tackling improved dramatically in his last college season. He had a 17% missed tackle rate his first 3 years, 8.5% as a senior. Definitely a zone ball hawk is what I have here. He had 3 interceptions in the game against Houston, so I went some trouble to go back and talk about those specifically. I don't know if anyone wants to really hear that. So he'd be... If the Ravens got him, I think he'd play 100 snaps at corner in his first year and play special teams otherwise, unless something, dramatically happened to change the whole totem pole at outside corner.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a guy. Hopefully you figure out who TJ Tampa is before you figure out who Kobe Bryant is.
Right.
Mm.
This is the Watts fall is to my mind even more shocking than the Shedeur fall at this point. And even though Watts, you could argue he's only about 30 picks late right now, 30 to 40, but Shedeur, there was a wide variation in where he might have been taken.
Right. Also, Milroe. I mean, there's just not a lot of quarterbacks that have been picked.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And it seemed like Milroe, from all the chatter, was going to get picked, probably early second round, just based off of the buzz. That was not where I viewed him. I mean, I think he's an athletic, traitsy guy, very similar to Joe Milton out of Tennessee, kind of similar to what's the name in Indianapolis that was from out of Florida? Richardson. I mean, just the kind of tools that you're talking about, athletic, very mobile, but doesn't have the arm talent honed in. I mean, he killed Georgia in multiple games. Jalen Milroe, if you just watch his Georgia tape, you'd say, oh my gosh, why is this guy not picked yet? But if you're watching all of his games and you pay attention to college football, you would understand why he's not been picked.
At what round would you think the Ravens should consider him? 5th or later? If he were to fall that far?
It's tough to know if the Ravens would really consider keeping 3 quarterbacks, because I don't think the Ravens draft him if they're not going to keep him on the 53-man roster.
Sure.
I think he's worth developing and becoming a backup like Tyrod Taylor or something. I mean, it makes a ton of sense in Baltimore, but the problem is we just spent some money at the quarterback position by bringing in
Cooper Rush.
Exactly. Yeah, out of Dallas. So I don't know if it makes sense until really late. I think he will be drafted. He's not going to be a UDFA. If he was, I think he would consider Baltimore.
Jump all
He would jump on Baltimore, honestly, because he loves Lamar. Yeah, he would definitely come to Baltimore, in my opinion, unless he thought there was some very great situation for him to start. But I don't think that's there for him.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take him unless there's some sort of agreement in the war room and in the coaching staff that the Ravens are going to keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
To answer Eli's question here, I do think the Ravens will play a lot of big nickel and dime this year. I think they would have wanted to last year. They just didn't have the bodies to do it at safety. But I still think they're a player anyway, away. And it's a split field safety for the back end they need. A successful version of Eddie Jackson next year. Jamari Caldwell of Oregon off the board. I swore I had him. Oh,
You
defensive
have
tackle,
him
right?
row 19.
There you go. Well, the Ravens have so far not gotten a piece of this IDL draft. That's for sure. The guy I kind of like is an interesting one is Pegues. He's a guy who not only plays defensive line, but also has been a remarkable short yardage running back.
Right.
It's not a small number of carries. It's like 35 carries last year. And he could be the next Patrick Ricard potentially if that would work out.
Yep. Pegues and Lampkin could both step in and
Lampkin, too.
become. They could become a fullback in Baltimore.
They are the two. Lampkin is so out of place in terms of his size and shape for the position he plays. It makes all kinds of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Jay, the Ravens are very thin at IDL. Guys, I'm sorry I'm so far behind in the notes. I really need to get somebody else. I need to figure out how to assign somebody else as a person who can make the who can do this.
Skip Von Meter or Meter said CJ West at 91 would be great. I see him as a common name in mock drafts as well. I was able to watch him today. I think he's really solid, very similar to Jordan Phillips, but I'd say I might like Phillips a tad bit more than him. So I think West, he's probably worth an early 4th round pick in my eyes, and I think Phillips can go at the end of the 3rd. So there may not be a huge difference in the two guys.
I have West, I think, as a 4 or 5 guy for value.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm okay, but I wouldn't be real excited as a 3rd round pick, certainly.
What do you guys think of Scatabo? I caught I think it was their bowl game last year, and the guy seemed incredible. Of course, you can't judge a player off one game, but I'm wondering what you guys thought.
There's a fumbling problem.
Doghouse.
Ooh, Savion Williams. Now there is a very multi-talented kind of guy. Can do it all. Can run the ball. Can take wildcat snaps. The entire offense there was based on how to get him the football.
Where is he on your list?
I have him at number, I think 10 or 11. 11.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it because you had already filled it in. I was looking for an empty one. I got you.
Yeah, he's definitely he just missed. He was a real guy. I like Royals a little better, but
yeah,
there he is in the Wildcat right there.
Royals is interesting. Io Manor is interesting. Phillips, Swinson, and then the offensive lineman. Man.
I'm gonna add.
You
add
think
Logan Brown.
Bo, or is it Milam? Or I mean, who would you kind of like the most out of those guys? Do you like Wilson significantly more, or is it really an insurance plan to Linderbaum?
Yeah, I think that was the thought there. I'll have to go back to my notes on that, but that could be true of any one of those 3 guys in terms of they could be an insurance plan. Bo is actually a converted tackle going to guard, so he's probably less likely to end up being a center, but he's just a little too short armed for playing tackle. But Wilson and Milam, either one of them, I think would give you some protection from Linderbaum leaving. Caleb Ransaw of Tulane. I did really like him too. Except I have him at safety. So they just called his name at corner.
Wow,
The-
4-3-3. Yeah, corner makes sense for him if he can stick out there.
I mean, could make sense at safety too, but yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's kind of like the whole tackle guard thing. If they can play tackle, try him at tackle first, and then if it fails, then you kick him into guard. You know, assuming that they can hopefully play guard, but it doesn't always work that way.
That's possible, Jay. That combination of Milam at 91 and Grant in the 4th round. That's a good developmental safety place, and I don't think there's going to be necessarily a tremendous amount of demand for Grant. I could be wrong, and we could see him go off the board quickly. But I've heard Emory Jones' name a little more. Crenshaw Dixon mentioned as guys you get down there. Holden Pierce, who's my number 12 guy, he's just a big body. He would be much lower in the draft than you might think by him being number 12 at tackle. That's a good one, Matt. I've seen him in the scouting reports. I think PFF might have had him in their guide. Okay, I'm going to ask you to do something else. I'm sorry, I just don't have time to get all this down. But David Walker, can you DM me that along with any other names you have? Just DM them to me on Twitter if you would. For players you think belong on my list but aren't here, I'll add every single one of them overnight. Ty Robinson from Nebraska is another good one.
Ken, as soon as we get this Jacksonville pick, get a top 2 from
Yeah,
people on the top
absolutely.
here.
Absolutely. I didn't realize we were that close.
Yeah, it's coming. I think the Jags had back-to-back picks, which is kind of interesting.
Wyatt Milam is off the
Yep.
board. Okay, so that's a pretty big loss. You have to figure you're going to use somebody good. So we got Wilson, Bowe, Logan Brown, Io Manor, Royals, Phillips, Peebles, if you like him, Swinson. It's unbelievable that Swinson has not been taken so far, and Watts.
Be hard to be upset with Swinson, wouldn't it?
I won't be upset at any of Phillips, Swinson, or Watts. I take any one of them. I take Royals. I'd be okay with that, even if it's a wide receiver. And I'd take
Io Manor?
He's higher on your list.
He is, so I shouldn't be upset about it. He's more of a big-bodied X guy, and Royals more maybe fits with the current set of players they have if they're going to keep them. But you're right, he's higher on my list. I don't know, for 2025, I don't think he'd help quite as much. If he takes any time away, it'll be from Hopkins and from Bateman. In the case of Royals, he's a guy you can fit on the field in a lot of ways if you're just running fresh legs onto the field.
Still think there could be a chance of an Andrews move overnight, kind of into the early 4th round tomorrow.
It's definitely it's still prime time for trading Mark Andrews, and you could trade him for a 5th this year and a 5th next year possibly. So it could be even later.
Yeah, probably rules out a likely trade.
They'd have to figure out how to make up for any lost value. So like somebody who's trading a player maybe could still be a guy that likely goes to. It's in particular when you're trading a guy entering year 4. That's often part of the deal is you get back a player entering his last year before free agency.
Yeah,
right. Milam is something. He's somebody that a lot of Ravens fans liked.
This could be Shedeur right here, by the way, and I think it'd be great for the Ravens if it was.
Yeah, the interesting thing is the whole Deion element of it. Would Sean McVay like Deion Sanders in his business, or do you think a coach of that caliber doesn't have to worry as much as maybe somebody in Cleveland, even though they've had a good amount of success in Cleveland as far as individual coaching accolades go. Stefanski is up there, but his job is definitely on the line And if Shedeur were to go to Cleveland, it's only a matter of time until Deion Sanders might become the head coach, where that's not really the same thing in LA.
Yeah, I don't think it does. What you're talking about is the amount of currency you have in the bank with your owner. And I don't think there's any question about it that McVay is in a much more secure position than a Stefanski.
Right.
Also, as kind of a volatile owner in Cleveland that could do some stupid crap. So.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Also, you take I think Shedeur has lost a lot of potential power in that dynamic in dealing with Deion. For him, it's now the late third round, and he still hasn't been drafted yet. I mean, if he was a first round pick, that there's a certain cachet, like he can be a little bit more bold, but a third round pick at this point, if somebody doesn't like how he's talking or doesn't like dealing with Deion, I mean, they'll cut a third round pick after a year. Any team would.
I don't know the answer to this question, Jose. If Mike Green has charges or allegations that are pending, I don't know the nature. I don't know whether I think it happened. Whatever happened in 2021. I believe it was before he left Virginia, and then he took a gap year in 22, played 23 and 24 with Marshall. I think I have that right. And if that's the case, it's been quite a while, but that doesn't mean that something's going on. There's an interesting point made by John Ledyard, who did the Edge show with me, and he said he thinks that it's likely that something is real there because Mike Green was a nobody at Virginia when that happened. So it wasn't an obvious position for a cash grab there. And so if you have, a woman who's smart enough to be, to scout ahead and make this accusation and then really lean into it, as Mike Green is about to become an NFL player, that would be unusual.
There are multiple people, including Jim, in the comments saying that there are no charges pending or even investigations active right now.
Okay, good to hear that. Now, that doesn't mean, I'm sure everybody out here knows a lot about this, but criminal charges are usually a precursor to a civil suit. And what they mean is that if you're guilty of something criminally, you almost always are going to pass the evidence level required for a civil suit, which is just a preponderance of the evidence. If you're 51% guilty, Josiah Stewart off the Edge board, and Josiah Stewart going before Swinson, unbelievable. There must be something. Maybe I'm missing an injury flag or something on Swinson.
All right. Well,
Ravens pick is in. So.
Oh wow, it's already in. We're probably going to go to commercial, guys.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Guarantee.
I'll take any of the top 4 guys or even Logan Brown, the offensive tackle. I'll take any
So we
of
got
those 4.
Watts, Swinson, Phillips, Royals, and Brown. What about Bo? No,
I'd be
too far
fine with
down
that
for you?
too.
I think Bo would be a good option as well.
How upset would you be if they doubled up at safety right here and took Watts?
I wouldn't be upset at
I
all.
wouldn't be at all.
I just think it'd be interesting. Is Watts somebody that can play in the dime at all, or is he really more of just a
Watts is a pure free safety?
He's just a pure free
Yeah,
safety,
he's a pure
and I
free
don't
safety.
think that Starks. He is versatile. I don't see him as a dime backer, though. I mean, Georgia did play him in that star position where he kind of was.
But he could be a split field guy on the back end on passing downs in a cover 2 look.
Yes, I do think that Watts and Starks could handle the back end while Hamilton is handling all of the star role, for sure.
Oh, I think if they take Watts, that would be the best dime package
Emory
they may have ever had.
Jones.
Was he
Emory Jones is the pick.
tackle,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Tackle. Yeah.
They have him listed at guard on the NFL Network.
That's probably right. Let me look at what he had for length and whatnot. When I looked at him.
LSU teammate, obviously, of the big man in well, he's not so big in New England. Will Campbell.
Will Campbell.
Yep.
All right, here's what I have on Emory Jones real quick, guys. 6'5", 315, 34.25-inch arms, turned 21 in March, so very young draft pick. 530 in the 40, pear-shaped, ideal for guard. Could move inside, probably to right guard, but length is good also for right tackle. As a pass blocker, goes for lots of two-handed grips to end reps early. So he's going to the armpits of the defender a lot. Good violence in his hands, but not a lot of alternating strikes. So uses both flippers at the same time in terms of pinball terminology. Bends at the knees, stays over his feet, waits for the first contact opportunity. Not a great natural mirror, which NFL edge rushers will exploit. So not a Ronnie Stanley dancing bear, give ground to maintain your mirror guy. As a run blocker, natural background at guard to control a defensive tackle through the pivots. That's basically saying at right guard, I think he'd make sense for that. You run some pull plays to the left side also, and you could do it there as well. What else we got? Lungy in space. That's a big lineman problem generally, so I wouldn't put too much against him for that. Combination blocking, I had him as holding on to his combination blocks too long. Which creates a lot of highlights, by the way. He often pushes his guy off on a down block, but then that often means he's not releasing early enough. You want to leave that guy up on one pin and have the trailing guy, like Brandon, that had to be really uncomfortable for you as a defensive tackle. If you were getting double teamed, once they've got you up on 1 foot, the trailing guy is going to be able to finish you.
Right. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
His penalty
goes
rate was a
Milrow.
little high.
I told you Seattle was taking a quarterback.
Jalen Milrow. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Mm-hmm.
All right. So Shedeur is. I'm just loving the idea of Shedeur waiting to day 3.
Ken, what's your happiness level on the Ravens pick?
You know, I let me look at what I had him as par. I think I had him par in the 4th, or par in the 4th is what I had. So I probably am not all that thrilled with this pick, but I like. Yeah, that's what I have. Par in the 4, value in 5. By the way, when I always go for arm length, when I talk about age and whatnot, when I talk about various features that you want to see in an offensive tackle, people give me a lot of crap for that. The Ravens are practitioners of the art to an extreme degree. So they've gone for length here and they've gone for age. And there are people who really liked him. There are people who liked his 2023 season in particular. I think Aguilera was talking about that. So I'd say I think it's at best a par pick. The Ravens reaching into the 3rd round to get him, it kind of indicates a level of desperation to me. As far as picking at 91, they've got 2 picks in the 4th round tomorrow. 0.95 on this pick, maybe, if 0.7 is Starks and 2.5 is Green.
So Green's still booing your opinion on the draft as a whole.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that pick works out, that's going to be one of the best picks in Ravens history. I mean, if he ends up being the player that a lot of people think he might be, and all the off-field stuff, melts away over time.
Yeah.
Emory Jones did have 33 snaps at right guard in 2023. Other than that, he's been pretty strictly a right tackle. Do you think that the Ravens are considering competition at right guard, or is it just going to be left guard competition?
I think they want depth at guard, but I think Cleveland is part of that depth picture, and then Emory Jones is probably part of that depth picture. And so they may already have 5 to make 3. I'd be more concerned right now about if they need a tackle in 2025, who's the guy? And it could be Jones, and it could be, I guess, George Fant could still be signed. He's not very good, by the way,
right?
And is older.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting some clicking from you, Brandon. I'm not sure what's going on, but it's making some noise on my end.
Sorry.
I think it's you. I'm not sure. I don't know who else
I'll
it could
mute
be. It just went away with when somebody muted there. If it was done. Huh. Okay. Sorry, Brandon. I might have been flagging you improperly there. Called the wrong number.
It's okay.
All right, guys, I need to call it a night. I have a early wake up for kids' sports tomorrow. So really appreciate it, Ken. Had a great time and hope I'm on at some point tomorrow.
Okay, love to see you. All you guys. I hope we see you again, and in particular the people who are out in the questions. I've not been doing a good job with these questions today, getting them on screen, and I apologize for that. Jonas Sanker of Virginia. He's a little bit of a lower ranked guy I had. I think of him as more, I think of a strong safety.
Wow. Wow. Is there an injury that Watts has that maybe we didn't know about, or
I guess that's possible.
yeah, I'm legitimately shocked about this drop.
I'm wondering if one of our top three guys, Watts, Swinson, and Phillips, or Royals, say, or Logan Brown, if any one of those guys might be available the next pick in the 4th round. We're not that far away now. We got Cleveland picking at 94, and the next pick is what, 116 or something? What's the Ravens next selection is at? No, it's not. It's later. It's 129 and then 136. So still 35 picks to go. That's a long time.
Oh, if he's still there by the 4th round, they gotta get him.
How many other like watch parties around the league do you think are having the same discussion about Watts at this point? I mean, the guy's had 13 interceptions and allowed 0 touchdowns the last 2 years.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
any team that needs a free safety should be, screaming about this. I guess anybody that needs a pass rusher, which is the entire league, be screaming about Swinson. Also, not as much as Watts at this point, but still.
I'm way behind here. This is really bad. I'm sorry, guys. I'll let you down here in terms of monitoring the feed here. I got to find a better way to do it tomorrow. I'll ask my producer right now about that. It's a good point, Michael. Seems like the coaches leave Baltimore and they want to recreate that offensive philosophy in another place. I hear you, Jay. Jim, I think he's right about that. That's where I would see him ending up, but I guess we'll have the chance to see how it plays out here in Baltimore. A lot of it comes down to some luck, because if in the first couple of years you're forced into action due to an injury, then you might end up staying there. And there have been guys, the Patriots guy, Owenu.
Loom.
Yeah, Michael.
Yeah.
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 Mhm.
He's a guy who all of a sudden he's playing tackle out of necessity, and he's one of the better tackles.
What are your expectations out of a third round late selection by the Ravens?
Like if they traded back in, you're saying?
No, I'm saying the pick they already had. What are your expectations for Jones? Is it strictly depth, or do you think he can compete for a starting spot on the offensive line?
Well, I mean, you could certainly make the case that the left guard position is kind of open. Voorhees missed most of the season. The incumbent is gone, and McCary, and so you could say the position is open. I don't think the right guard job is really open. I think that anything that people want to project about their own feelings on Faalele, I think he basically snuffed those out pretty darn badly with the last 5 games of the year. Playing clean, penalty-free football and pass blocking well, that's going to be enough to keep his job. So, in the case of Jones, one of the interesting things about him is he's a reasonable guard tackle backup. I don't see any way he'd move into center to play that position. So the Ravens haven't really answered the question of who could be the center that takes over if Linderbaum leaves. So they might have to draft another guy in 25 potentially, or they Dylan
Wow.
Gabriel.
Still,
Holy mackerel!
No Shadur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel. He was not impressive.
Wow.
Left-hander. So we automatically know from the former top 10 list on the NFL Network that he's a better player than Scott Mitchell. It's Scott Mitchell number 10. The field was number 9, and then they named a top 8.
But yeah, going back to Emory Jones, I doubt he is really a competition. He's really competing for a starting job this year. If Falele leaves in free agency next year, then you have a spot potentially opening up there. So, he might be. I think he's strictly a depth piece this year, and then next year we'll see.
I can't get over
But
the
you always
Shadur
want to have
Sanders
that.
thing.
Yeah, me neither.
So Shadur Sanders and Travis Hunter are getting their numbers retired at Colorado, and Shadur Sanders can't get drafted in the top 3 rounds of the NFL draft.
Yeah.
That's something.
Raiders have back-to-back picks at 98 and 99. That's pretty much his only chance.
Atlanta, no. Minnesota. No, wait, no, they have their guy.
They
I
got
mean, on
they
paper.
got JJ. Yeah, McCarthy.
Oh, the Raiders, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the Raiders at 98 and 99.
You think if they know they're going to take him, that the smart move would be to take him with the first of the 2 picks, just from the optics standpoint? It makes no difference, but I don't know.
Yeah,
He would probably
see that. Yeah.
view it a certain way if he was the second of the back-to-back picks after already waiting that long. There is the last member of the Georgia Bulldogs interior offensive lineman off the board.
Jared Wilson. All right. Bo is still sitting out there, right? I didn't miss him.
You did not miss him.
Oh, darn it. I just typed a comment in. Maybe it made it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so the Ravens, somebody asked about the Ravens picks that are remaining. It's 129, 136, 176, 183, 203, 210, 212, and 243. So within a 37 pick range between 176 and 212, they pick 5 times. So it's a trade for Atlanta. Huh. Well, if the people who are coming back tomorrow, make sure you come with 5 to 7 names at least you still want for this next round, or a larger number, because the Ravens don't draft until fairly late in the round. I'm sure it wasn't really Goodell's strategy. Getting a lot of clicking, folks. Whoever's that's happening, please mute for a second. Okay. Still getting it right now. Xavier Watts is off the board. Damn it.
Wow.
Okay, the Falcons got him after a trade.
Well, I'm glad the slide eventually stopped.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good for him. It's somebody's mic is clicking.
Yeah,
I've been muted until just now, so I know it's not mine.
Okay, I'm muting for a second.
Okay.
I still heard the clicking while I was muted. Everybody needs to take a
Yeah.
turn. Take a turn. Brandon, take a turn muting for a sec. All right, I got nothing going on here right now. No clicks. Brandon, I think it might be you, buddy.
Okay. I have to jump off anyway. So
Okay.
yeah, really appreciate you having me.
All right,
Always
Brandon.
good to
Hopefully we see
talk
you
to
at
you.
some point tomorrow after all your kids' duties are done.
Yeah, flag football season starts tomorrow, so I'll jump on for a little bit after that.
Jump on with your son. We'll have him make some picks for us here.
Okay, yeah, he'll love that. He'll love that.
I figure.
Thank you. All right, take care.
Oh my God, that's Owen Daniels. Is he really that old looking now?
I think it's
So
just the hair. I think it's
Yeah,
really just the hair that's making him look old. But yeah, that's Owen Daniels.
Jalen Smith. Okay. Nope. A second guy who's off my list entirely.
We should have had him. We should have him pick for us too.
All right. How many more? We got 3 more picks tonight, or how many more do we have?
Looks like 5. 2 for Vegas, 1 for San Fran, 1 for Philly, 1 for Minnesota.
Okay. Honestly, it doesn't matter what Shedeur wants. He's going through the draft process. If Shedeur is
Becoming
drafted in the
UDFA.
7th round by somebody, that's the way it's going to be.
Gabriel going to Cleveland. That was the surprise. That was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Mr.
And-
Irrelevant, Shedeur Sanders.
That really cuts off a potential job for him, doesn't it? I mean, you can't. I guess you could get him as a UDFA, but I can't imagine Cleveland spending another draft pick on a quarterback at this point.
No, they have a pretty full room too. They've got Flacco, Watson, Pickett, and the rookie Gabriel.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
forgot about Pickett. There's no way they can let Pickett go.
Well, Watson's not going to count. He's not going to
They
count
traded
on
for
their
him.
53, I don't think. Watson won't count on their 53 this upcoming year.
Oh, because of the IR?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's not coming back to play for him. So he will just be IR before the season.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Flacco, Pickett, Gabriel was 3.
I like this idea. What about trading up to get Swinson? If you could trade both of your 4s, would that do it? Is the question. If you wanted to, so the 2 Ravens 4s are still only worth 81 total points between them, but that gets you up to the pick number 107, maybe 106. If Swinson is still available at that point, would you trade both your 4s to go up and get him? This is the first point where I think I really would advocate a trade up for that.
Do you think? I mean, looking at your list, I guess the answer is yes. That the value falls off sufficiently enough at edge that
Mhm.
yeah, I think I would do that as well. Actually,
You could also you could trade up somehow to get Phillips too if you wanted. I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay also just allowing it to be whoever's left over among Phillips and Walker is the guy you take.
Mm-hmm.
I do like Phillips more though.
Phillips and Walker. Which Walker? Deion Walker.
Deion Walker of Kentucky.
Yeah, I didn't really like Deion Walker much, but I do think his 2023 tape is better. Same with Farmer. We still got Peebles available, and Phillips and CJ West, who I do like a decent amount. Can you scroll further down on your IDL? I want to see
Sure.
who else you have on your list. I like Pegues, or however you pronounce his name.
Mhm.
Cameron
Jackson.
Yeah,
the two guys have
other Florida boy. Oh, you somebody that's not on your list that I think should be is Tonka Hemingway. I like him.
I'll add him right now. This is going to be the first. Well, this is going to be one of many that it doesn't. It's not a reflective of exactly where I would put him necessarily.
Right. Yeah, there's plenty. I would put Stackhouse on there. He will be drafted at some point. Did Ingram Dawkins as well? I mean, yeah, I'm naming Georgia players, but I do think all of these guys will end up getting drafted on day 3. And Warren Brinson, but Stackhouse and Ingram Dawkins will probably go before Brinson.
This is an interesting point here by Sean. At this point, is taking an IDL more important than which IDL they take? I still think it's a very layered group through the rest of this draft. I think it's very important that they match up need and value here all the way down. But they have an opportunity to do it. I don't think they're limited.
all right. Let's see what the Raiders.
Wisniewski's been up there, about 4 times already? He doesn't need to make a speech every time. Caleb Rogers, guard, Texas Tech. Okay. Not even on my list. Oops, need to color him too. So it looks like terrible career production and great athleticism is what they're showing us in terms of the 1 to 100 numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter that much because he's a guard, kind of short-armed at 32 3/8, kind of light at 312, 6'5". One thing that seems to jump out of a vertical of 34 inches at that size is pretty good.
That is good.
Are there any players you are really worried about getting picked right now?
Worried.
I mean, meaning who are basically just our top guys that we don't want to see get picked at the end of the 3rd round so that there's still hope tomorrow? Watts already got picked. Swinson is at the top of the list right now.
Yeah, I guess, unless there's something we don't know about him that it seems very strange. Maybe Phillips is there at this point. Phillips is just a par pick at 91, so he's not. The alarm is still in the snooze period for him. Charles Grant goes. All right.
Would have liked that one in the 4th. It's not the panic pick question that was just asked, but would have liked him if he stuck around.
Yep. Let me go look at Grant for arm length and whatnot. Yeah, 34 3/4 arms. Five years at William and Mary. That's really unusual. Holy
Mhm.
mackerel. You seen this Charles Grant as a wrestler on screen here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that in his profile before. Wow. To the question of about any picks that I'd be panicking about or we'd be panicking about. I know we said this many times before the draft, but the Ravens set themselves up very nicely that I don't know that there's a single position where I'm saying, wow, if we don't get that guy that's, close to the top of the list, I worry about the depth going into the season. So, as I look across, Ken's board here, there's nothing that really jumps out to me as holy crap. Like if we don't get this guy, we're not getting anyone throughout the draft.
Yeah, I think for me the two positions that are thinning fast are defensive line and corner. There's still tons of defensive linemen. I'm not sure how many corners are going to have a real impact on the roster, whereas I think the defensive linemen are still there that can be rotational players for us.
I agree with that.
There's a couple guys at corner that are traits guys that I wouldn't mind them taking a shot on goal kind of in the fourth there, even with no designs of him being a major contributor this year. But I think that is a position where it would make sense to take a shot in round 4.
I've got maybe a couple guys I'd be excited about getting later in this draft, and I mean round 5 or potentially round 6. I think you're certainly round 6 because they got 4 picks.
Mhm.
I'd love to get Bowman or Hancock, the 2 safeties. Hancock is the guy who took over for Ransom, who's also on the list, as the free safety in Ohio State's championship run down the stretch. So he's really the better coverage guy of the two and the more natural free safety. Bowman, pure ball hawk and a terrible tackler. But I'm okay with not having one important characteristic if the other element is at a very high level. And I think he'd be very similar to Geno Stone in terms of bringing a back end half field presence that would be very good.
Yeah, I would love to get another safety. The dream and definitely unrealistic, but the more it went on, the more possible it felt of getting Watts potentially late on. I would love to almost do what the Chargers did many years ago of putting, 7 safeties on the field seemingly at once. Hopefully playing with a lot of leads. Yeah. Hopefully playing with a lot of leads that you're playing a lot of defensive backs.
Right.
I mean, as crazy as it sounds, the Ravens are still a half field safety away from being really safe in terms of how they can maneuver at safety. And they can find that guy. That guy could be a UDFA. He could be a guy they like as a veteran from another team. I think that probably makes the most sense. It just every time you make a transaction like that, you have Eddie Jackson risk that you might get a player who eats a roster spot without providing what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as we're talking about it, I'm not at the flip my laptop over point, but kind of hope that Bowman stays on until the 4th round. If I wouldn't hate that.
Yeah. Would you be last pick around 129 or 136? Where would you take Bowman?
I wouldn't hate it at 129. I'd feel really good about it at 136.
Yeah. I'm with you. There's Mike Green.
I like Sean's comment about not having replaced our 320-pound ball hawk yet.
Yeah.
I think 320 is underselling him, though.
Oh, my gosh. Yes. He's like 350.
I would not shock me if he was approaching 400 pounds. He didn't get weighed in when he came back, but he was a lot heavier than he was earlier in the year.
Yeah, 360 would be pretty reasonably conservative guessing what he weighs. He's not tall though, so like when you're considering the weight in a more compact frame, he might not be like quite 400, but
Yeah, 320 is bordering on the Felix Batista baseball reference page that lists him at 190 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I did not know that. That's funny.
It may have been updated, but
Wait
he
a
was
minute.
listed. Yeah.
Upton Stout.
It's the problem. Okay, I had him at safety. Stout was really small to play safety, is my recollection. That might be why they listed him where they did. I know a lot of people had Jalen Reed comp by now. He's a guy I really did not like what he did. Upton Stout is 5'8", 191, 30-inch arms. Smallest safety in the class who has great jumps and strength. 6 interceptions and 758 coverage snaps in the last 3 years at Western Kentucky. Natural loose bracket player, hunts picks. What I said is I thought he was very much a duplication of Ardarius Washington's physical profile. By the way, he has an outstanding, for a safety, stops to missed tackle ratio, which you would not guess for 5'8", 191. But this is Bob Sanders like 58. It was 26-5 last year, 5.2. But even career, he's 58 to 20, which is very good. 2.9 to 1 for a safety. That's it. They don't usually get that high.
Matt said, Samson's still out there. Any chance they go running back? I think, yeah, running back is on the table in the 4th round, even though it's not a screaming need.
It isn't everything. I mean, aren't we at a point
Yeah.
where they can take an inside linebacker now too?
Yes. I think it won't happen in the 4th, but I do think it's possible. Munden in the 5th or 6th or 7th.
I would love
the
that pick.
the 6th round. Munden would be pretty awesome, and they have 4 picks.
The second Savion of the night is gone. Savion Jones of LSU. I did not put him on my list, unless I've got him at the wrong position. No, I don't think so. Okay.
How did you feel about Kyle Kennard? I don't know if I heard you talk about him on the Edge show.
He was one of my honorable mention guys. You want me to go to my notes on him? I'm happy to.
Sure.
Let's see. All-American and Nagurski Award winner, led the SEC in sacks at age 23. 34-inch arms, 473 40. 11 and a half sacks. He had a good stops to miss tackle rate the last 2 seasons of 43 to 8. That's very good at outside linebacker, 5.4 to 1. He had a finish rate of 41% in 2024, which is a little bit above average. There are guys over 50%, but that's probably about the 60th or 65th percentile. What I really liked about him, 5 forced fumbles and 4 fumble recoveries the last 2 seasons. Very naturally goes for the football when he sacks the quarterback. Polished pass rusher with violent hands. Pass rush win rate in the SEC has not been great. And rushes from over left tackle approximately 78% of the time. So that's a guy who's kind of a pure rush
4-3
linebacker
end.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or it could be a 4-3 end. You're absolutely right. But he's also a pure rush linebacker in a 3-4 that he really wants to line up against the tackle and beat him on an island.
Right. Instead of getting the tight end chip.
Yep. Stu Voigt again. Stu Voigt, is he the 1970s or 1980s Vikings player? He's got to be, because otherwise he has not aged well if he's an early 2000s guy.
1970, they said he was a 10th round pick.
There you go. Ty Felton of Maryland. Now, there's a name
Ooh.
a lot of people have been asking about.
Yeah, I was wondering if he might be a fit in the 4th or 5th, but 3rd, I guess the
it
very
seems
last
like a
pick.
Reach.
I'd be interested to hear how he ends up as a reach here. I agree that that's kind of consensus the case. Just between the production and how he tested, though, I'm interested to see why that's the consensus.
I mean, this is this is the ranking behind all the other receivers here.
Yeah.
So you have DK and Restrepo is not an athlete, so I could understand why they would drop him. But Tez Johnson of Oregon, or
he's-
Bond or Horton. A lot of people love Horton. Isaiah Bond of Texas.
Tez Johnson is almost the kind of frame you can't draft.
Yeah,
That's why he's so low. I mean, he can get open, but he's just scary small.
you're playing skee ball to get him the ball. It's such a target. Tez Johnson, I don't know if you heard his story, but he was a high school teammate of Bo Nix. They went to high school together, so he's had all that advantage going through school. The Nix family took him into their family. So it's very much a Michael Orr story again.
Blindside, yeah.
And then he meets up with Nix again in Oregon, and plays with him there, and then he's going to the NFL. It wouldn't shock me if he went to the Broncos with a slight reach pick here.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a good player. I mean, he's definitely belongs in the top 20 or so wide receivers.
I think it was a successful first 2 days of the draft for sure. A great, crazy second round pick. That value could be enormous.
So let's hear your wrap up thoughts here and what you're looking for tomorrow from both you guys. But we'll start with you, Jake.
I think. Well, I mean, tomorrow is the end of it, so I think they will definitely add a defensive lineman or two. It's a position group that is really deep in this class, and a lot of them have been picked already. Hopefully, if we get two of them, I'd like to see a pass rushing, penetrating type player and a true nose tackle, two gapping replacement, or at least rotational player that can do some of what Michael Pierce did. Let's see. Corner is thinning out a lot. I'd still like to see somebody with good traits that we can add to kind of the special teams unit and develop them. I would love to see Smile London in particular, but in general, an inside linebacker that can contribute in the way that Chris Board did in 2024. And let's see, offensive line. I think we can add another player there, maybe more of a true left tackle. There's not a ton of those guys left. We got a guard. Wide receiver is definitely going to be an option. And I think running back, you could find some real value just because they haven't really been taken yet. So you could get a really solid running back tomorrow in the 4th or 5th round.
Only five running backs.
Or even 6th round, to be honest. What's that?
Only 5 running backs taken so far in the draft.
Yeah,
the last two guys they've drafted in the 5th and 6th round, I think, are Tyler Beatty and Ali. So it doesn't bode well.
Yep.
So you covered a lot of the board there. I think the things that I'd really like to see, again, as I mentioned, I think they're very well set up. The Ravens are to take whoever falls to them. I would really love to see a true developmental tackle, maybe in a later round, someone who's trade space, who no expectation of playing this year. I think one name that jumps out is Vincent, I think from Alabama A&M, maybe someone they could take and stash in a later round. Wide receiver, it looks like there's a couple guys that are still within the top 10 at the position, which is a premium position, who could be interesting round 4 targets. But otherwise, agree with pretty much everything you said, Jake, and still just really loving the value on Mike Green. Anytime you can get what's the top 2 or top 3 edge in the 2nd round, that's just such a premium and value. It's hard to overstate how great that was.
Okay, if I'm going across the board in terms of what I want tomorrow, I still want a split field safety. Some guy who they feel could do that. If they got Geno Stone in round 7, they get somebody else pretty good. There are a couple guys, Bowman, Hancock, fit that role. There's some other guys probably that could be molded into that role. Castro's really more of a thumper. Malachi Moore, but some of these guys could be trained to be better safeties. And once you get in around 6 or 7 in particular, once you get by Bowman and Hancock, you're really taking a big shot on who it might be. It might be somebody from a small school that they like. I'd like all of those as a possibility. I think they probably will take a corner at some point. And at this point, it almost has to be just somebody they like. But there are a couple names out there that are good. A lot of people like Burke. A lot of people like Riley. Dotson is a guy. Dotson and Bryant, I guess, both coming from the Kansas program, are guys that are possibilities. Bryant didn't have the greatest coverage stats last year, but he did intercept the ball. I think they probably take an inside linebacker at some point. They've got a nice graded set of choices to pick from. I think they might not take another edge, but I think if they were presented with value like Swinson in round 4, I'd probably say the same thing I did in round 3, that they can't possibly pass that up. Yet they did. I think they take 1 or 2 interior defensive linemen. I think they take a running back at some point. The later they take a running back, the more freedom they have to not keep the guy on the 53. So one of the things to think about there is that you have all these 6th and 7th round picks. You have 5 picks, 4 picks in the 6th, and 1 pick in the 7th. Those are a way to look at that. Is just that's additional UDFA capital they have, so they don't have to spend 25 or 50,000 on one guy of whatever their total pool is. It's very limited, but 100, 150,000, whatever it is. So I think they might do that. They might do that at running back. At wide receiver, they've got some options. There's still some players on the board who would be exciting in the 4th round that I think would be a reasonable choice. And it's a one place on the roster that there should be one spot for a 6th wide receiver that they could use. Tight end, as it stands right now, I don't see them drafting a tight end / fullback. It could happen if they make the trade tomorrow, and that would still be on the table. Interior offensive lineman, I think that they'll be looking, maybe the guy's Kandra or Monheim as a guy who could replace Tyler Linderbaum in a year if necessary, just to have an extra player there. Could be that they're really thinking that Ben Cleveland could be the guy to replace him, but Ben Cleveland's not under contract for 26 either. So the problem in either case. And I don't see the Ravens drafting a quarterback. I think they're probably done at offensive tackle, with the exception, I think you made a good point, Spencer. I think they could take a pure developmental guy there and have that be their 9th or 10th offensive lineman on the 53 who never sees a game day activation in 2025. All right, outstanding. Folks, thanks for staying with us. I promise to put a better guard on how we deal with the comments on there. You guys had great comments. You had a great conversation going over here. I'm catching bits and pieces of it because I'm distracted by going over my own notes or whatnot, but I don't want that to dissuade anyone from doing this. Please join us tomorrow. We'll make sure we do a better job of having somebody hawking those notes and bringing up the questions as they go. To all the panelists, the ones that are here at the end, in particular, Jake and Spencer, but all the people, Brandon and Sam and James Ogden and all that joined us earlier, fantastic input tonight. I thought you guys had some great points made. And I hope we should have a very large crew tomorrow, has some interesting names on it. Some people who've been here before and some people who haven't. And I hope you'll be joining us then. Thanks again for watching. Anything else to say, Jake, Spencer, before we log off here?
Just a random comment below that I thought was interesting. John Parsons said, "Who's the best kick returner on the board?" I haven't specifically watched those guys. That might be a fun project to do between now and the draft tomorrow. Ken, you probably do have some of that information.
I had a lot of punts and kickoff returns in college, and those players are largely at the wide receiver and corner position.
Right.
So the Ravens haven't drafted there. Whoever they drafted those positions, there'll be someone who's at camp returning kicks and punts.
Yeah, I do think it's an important position, especially if the NFL continues to kind of push the button or push the envelope on the kickoffs, where the touchback would become the 35. I don't know if that's happening this year or not.
Yeah, they did. I thought they changed. Did they not finalize that rule?
I think it did. I just couldn't remember if that was set in stone. But yeah, the 35 would definitely incentivize more teams to kick it short.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think the position's going to be important. Punt returner is always important. So good comment.
All right, great stuff. Anything else, Spencer, before we call it a night?
No, just excited going into the rest of the draft with, what is it, 8 more picks?
Yep. It's going to be a fast and loose tomorrow. There is a little break between their 4th round pick and the end of the 5th round, but give everybody a chance to get a meal in there and then come back for for some dogged, and these are the dog days. This third day, it's a dog day, but it really goes fast because the picks have to be in so fast they can't even follow them on the screen the same way. They have to go to this last 5 picks format. And that'll be fun for us. But anyway, we'll be watching it like a hawk. Appreciate everyone who's out there. Please join us again tomorrow and have a good night. Okay, guys, if you would hang on for a second.